Microsoft Dynamics Navision, also a product on its own. And then we have Dynamics AX. Now, in the revolution life cycle of Microsoft, we had Microsoft Dynamics 365, which seems to integrate the ERP and then the CRM component. Okay, so Dynamics 365 brings together Dynamics AX and then CRM into D365 Finance and Ops. And then on the other side, it also brings together Dynamics Navision and CRM so that we have Business Central. Now, having gone through all the speaker selection and all that, it's looking like today is going to be a D365 day, because I have somebody telling us about how to implement D365. I have somebody telling us about the finance and the operations part of it. I have a speaker going to tell us about HR, human resources. And then I have another wonderful MVP coming our way with the reporting capabilities of Dynamics 365. So officially, today is a D365 day. And I'm happy that we have a colleague in Gridco who mentioned that they are implementing Dynamics 365. And I'm hoping that he'll be impacted so that he can take it to his organization and make sure that things are done well there also. So welcome once again, Akwaba. And I would like to introduce our first speaker for today. He is in the person of Kasun. Kasun is a Microsoft Valuable Professional, and he's the leader for the Sri Lankan community as well. Right, Kasun?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes, yes. And so we are in good hands, and he will be taking us off straight to the D365 world. So, Kasun, you are welcome.
I'm sure after this event, I'll change my career and use Dynamics.
Sure. You have to you have to add it somewhere.
Okay.
Right. So Kasun, you're welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks everyone. And it's a great, vibrant community. Thanks for inviting me for this great event, Microsoft User Group Ghana. So let me start sharing my screen. Hopefully you guys can see my screen when I start sharing my screen. Yeah, please let me know when you see my screen.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Cool. Let me take off my camera so that I save some bandwidth. Okay, cool. So let's welcome everyone. So this will be the first session. So I'll be doing the introduction to Dynamics 365 Finance and Operation. So let's look at the session, and let's move into the first part of it. So this is these are the icons that we have. So we're going to talk about more in detail. So let's look at some details about myself. So let me introduce myself to you. So I'm Kasun Pathirana, and I'm a Dynamics 365 and Power Platform evangelist. And I worked at DXC Technology as a consultant. I started my journey in Microsoft Business Applications from Dynamics AX, and have experience working with the D365 Finance and Operations and AX for 9+ years. And I got experience in working with both ERP and CRM as well with the D365 products. And it also includes Power Platform implementations as well. And I do blogging, so my site is d365bits.com. So if you are interested, please feel free to visit my site. And I have a lot of content on FinOps as well as Power Platform. So feel free to see those in my site as well as in my YouTube channel as well. So which goes in the same D365 bits. And also heavily involved with the community events as well. So I'm the community lead for various Microsoft Business Applications events, and I also co-organizes the Sri Lanka D365 user group for Sri Lanka, and also Sri Lanka Power Platform user group as well. And bit about myself. If you have heard about cricket, I love playing cricket. If you're any of your fans of cricket, please feel free to have some discussion with me as well. And I also do running as well as hiking as well. So those are my interests. So a bit about myself on that side. And I'm also a Microsoft MVP as well, as you heard earlier. So let's move into the session. So I'll be starting with a different start to the session. So I'm looking at the modern ERP trends, so that to give you what are the trends that is going on, and then I'll come back to the D365 as well. So what are the offerings, and what are the things that which Microsoft offers, and what are the trends here, and then what are the trends that Microsoft is actually fulfilling through the product. So let's look into some of the details, because the global enterprise resource planning this software is actually according to the researchers, that it will reach the 44 billion in 2022. So it's a big industry, and it's according to the Gartner. So there's lots of trends which is happening in the industry at the moment. So if you heard about design thinking, so that is one of the trends that you can see. And if you notice that Microsoft also introduced tons of things on the personalizations. So if you see the newest modern ERP trends, you could see these personalizations as well coming into the picture. And digital transformation, this is very much a buzzword if you see these days. And also it includes with integrations as well. So it could be integrating with the outside the third-party system, or it could be integrating with some of the other products through a Power Platform, or there will be some integrations, because the modern ERP trend is having integrations with the other systems. And the security is also one of the key things that comes into the picture with the modern ERP, because we are dealing with the cloud, right? And the remote is also one of the things that needs to be covered with the modern ERP trends, because most of us are working remotely. So cloud versions, so the products tend to be more supporting in the remote aspect. And as I told earlier, the cloud is also very much important part of the modern ERP trending, because the on-premise is actually a lot of the ERP systems are moving to the cloud. And that's really important to highlight here. And the two-tier ERP. So the two-tier ERP system is historically many companies tried to deploy a single ERP system for both the headquarters and the old regional offices and subsidiaries. But in practice, this is costly. So what they are trying to adapt is two-tier. So probably the headquarters is running in one ERP, and then the subsidiaries is running in another ERP. So that's one of the trends that you see these days. And the customer experience as well. So the customer experience is one of the key things that these days, if you see all the designs and stuff like that, which is coming out, it's always thinking about the customer experience and improving the customer experience. And another one is agile. So being agile, not like the waterfall methods previously, being trying out. So the agile methods also coming into the picture, the ERP as well. So there are tons of things happening in this aspect as well. So there are things that even Microsoft also have some of the sessions as well within the agile, introducing the agile. So what you can do with the sprinting and stuff like that. And also, how do you get engaged the customers, partners, and the wider business as well, rather than having some silo solutioning and stuff like that. So this is one of the key aspects as well. The agile is also coming into the party here. And low code, no code. You've heard about the Power Platform. So the low code and no code, the extensions are one of the things that you see in the ERP. And the mobile friendly and automations are happening. You could possibly see the RPAs and robotic process automations, and all these automations are coming into the picture as well. And the AI is one more aspect. I think some of the sessions that today will cover on the AI as well. I'll also brief about some of the things that's there. and the mixed reality as well. So these are wide, various ERP trends happening at the moment, and I've also I would like to take your feedback on what are the trends that you see in the market, because what you would think would be the important part of the trends these days. So I've come up with a questionnaire, so I'll handing over to you, wonderful community here today, and then if you would like to help me out on filling this, would be great, because I would like to get your feedback on what are the trends that you would think happening in the modern ERP world, or the trends happening. So let me put it in the chat, the link, so that we could fill out when you get some time. Please help me to fill out that one. So you'll get the first name and the location and which ERP you're using, and what are the trends that you're gonna see in this 2021. Okay, so that would be really helpful for us to understand what are the real trends as per your thinking. Okay, let's move into the next slide. So the next slide is about the ERP is actually transforming into the 4th generation. So the 1st generation, we saw it's actually delivering and customizing, all the, if you have 1,000 requirements, client requirements, it will be customizing whole set of, the inside the ERP. So that's the 1st generation. That's the 1st generation custom ERP. The 2nd generation would be, the process-led ERP. So they have standardized to leading processes, which customize only when it's required. And the 3rd generation, that's what we've been seeing, like platform-backed, ERP, cloud-based systems. That is the trend which is happening at the moment. And the 4th generation will be the augmented, which will combine with the RPA and the AI. So this is what is happening in the ERP world, and what's the trend. So Microsoft also have a lot of capabilities introduced, by looking at these transformation as well. So you would see a lot of products which is aligned from Microsoft to these strategies. So let's move into the evolution of Microsoft business applications. So we talk about the trends that's happening around the world, and let's look at what's happening inside the Microsoft business applications from CRM and ERP perspective. So in terms of historically, CRM and ERP applications were often independent, and it's monolithic, difficult to change, right? And they required complex deployments and provide companies with siloed views into the front office or back office, operations. But that reflecting the past. But bringing them to the cloud, and this was one of the most important thing. And it's not more than just a combination of CRM and ERP capabilities, no silos or no limits, and it's unlocking the next, the move of the evolution. And you can also see that Dynamics 365 is consists with a lot of data, and so it comes with the Microsoft business applications. It will focus on few of the aspects or few of the areas like finance, operations, human resource, sales, marketing, service, and commerce. So there are the various products that the CRM and ERP is focusing, and that's actually giving the evolution what has happened so far from the previous generation to the current generation. And with the Microsoft business applications, it's actually modern and it's really intelligent because it uses AI, stuff like that, and it's unifying, enable people to do their best work by unifying relationships or processes and data, and it's adaptable, easy to extend, flexible, scalable. And enterprise versus planning software has been changing. So Microsoft as well. So been innovative in this space, and giving lots of capabilities and lots of the platforms to work with the ERP part of it as well. So let's look at what consists of Dynamics 365. But we are focusing mostly on my session. I'll be focusing on the finance and operations and whatever the products which is related to the ERP here. And Usually, this is also categorized in different part of like observational, analytical, and transactional types, but I'm not going to go into depth on those stuff. And to tell a bit about the history, Microsoft had D365 Finance and Operations earlier, but they actually split it out to two products that's called as Supply Chain Management and D365 Finance. So this is the Supply Chain Management D365 Finance. If you see from the image itself, I've just highlighted these two. So that's actually the rebranding which happened from Finance and Operations. And a bit more on the historical part of it. It's about 20 years ago, Microsoft started, pushing into these ERP products and acquired a few of the like AX, Navision, and GP and Solomon. So these are, some of the products that they've acquired, and AX and Navision and GP. And then they move on to create this later on in 2015 and 2016. They started in D365, moving into cloud and releasing different products. And for smaller, medium-sized companies, you have the D365 for BC, Business Central, and for the bigger companies, you have the D365 FinOps. So that's what we are going to talk about today. And I've highlighted the main, the finance and operations, which has been separated out to two products: finance and supply chain management. And then there are three more products: the commerce, project operations, and human resource. So those are also interlining with it's also relating with the ERP part of it. So those are the main part of the products that we're going to touch upon. So if you talk about the supply chain management, it actually covers, for an example, procurement and sourcing, warehouse management, inventory management, and sales and marketing. So these are a few of the things that it covers on the supply chain management. And if you talk about the finance, it covers on the account receivable, accounts payable, cash and bank management, fixed assets, expense management, and credit management. So those are the parts that it actually covers. And so those are the main part of it. And let's move into the D365 Finance and see what are the aspects that the functionality, what it covers. Example like the account receivables, accounts payables, you can see, and also it comes with integrating with the Power BI, so you could see different dashboards and stuff like that, separately aligning with the finance part of it. And so the CEOs have different kind of dashboards and stuff like that. And also it integrates with different supply chain management as well, and also human resources. So it integrates with the other products in the ERP the family. And there are various functions and like cash management, bank reconciliation, so chart of accounts. So those are different features and different aspects which is coming with the 365 Finance. And also there are capabilities with finance insights. I mean, it also integrates with the AI part of it as well. So there are a few other capabilities which Microsoft introduced with the AI as well, combining the AI with that on the finance product. And to tell more about the finance, you have general ledger, account receivable, accounts payable. So these are the pretty much the key the part of the modules that the features which is covering from the finance. And also to tell about the most basic stuff, you would have a shared account. So it have a you can have shared chart of accounts, or you can have chart of accounts. So if you are talking about the shared chart of accounts, so if you have multiple entities, you can actually ability to share the chart of accounts across the legal entities. And legal entity, so you might understand, you might question what's the legal entity. So the legal entity is an organization that has registered or probably legislated on a legal structure, so that we'll have every legal entity is associated with a company ID. So when we go into the system, I'll show you on the company ID. If you have used the FinOps, you could have seen the USMF and the company ID. So that's basic, from the finance perspective. I'm not going to go into the detail much on this, but with the demo, I'll touch upon some of the aspects and show you how it works in the with the system. And we have Dynamics 365 supply chain management. So you have warehouse management, asset management, cost management, inventory management, master planning, production control, transportation management, landed cost, and product information management. So a variety of products and features which is actually covering in that aspect. So this is pretty much a big ERP which has a lot of features and different modules which covers different part of it. Yeah. Also, I would like to know how much time left for me just before I'm going to the slides on just thinking going to the demos later on. Hi, lady. How much time I left? Hello.
Hello, Kasun. So
Yeah.
we have about 20 minutes. I think
20
we
minutes.
have
Okay.
roughly
Cool.
about 20 minutes, yes. So we can do
Okay.
some
Great.
demos.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Let me go through the slides quickly. So we have D365 Commerce. So the Commerce gives you integrated merchandising or inventory order management, warehousing, and financials, and supporting the integration of artificial intelligence as well. So if you know if you have heard about the Dynamics 365 fraud protection, it actually helps you to AI to protect your e-commerce businesses, because this is the part which is focusing on the e-commerce from the Microsoft side. And if you have any fraud activity happening, so you could actually use the Dynamics 365 fraud protection and identify using the AI. So that's where the AI coming into picture. So if you link back to the trends, so you can see that AI is happening around and helping. The Microsoft is also bringing in a lot of AI features into the product to matching up with these the trends that we see earlier we were talking about. And let's look at the Dynamics 365 HR. So HR also have a lot of out-of-the-box capabilities like organizational management, employee experience, compensation, benefits, leave absence, extensibility. So there's lots of tons of stuff there in the HR as well. I think the later on the session, which will cover on the HR, which will I think that will be covered. And the other part is the project operations. The project operations empowers the business users to adapt to rapidly changing business environments, and it provides businesses with everything they need to manage the life cycle of a project. So you see project service automation is linked with the finance and the Microsoft project, right?
Hello.
And,
Yeah, Kasud. Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry to chip in right now. I think some of the attendees, somebody is complaining about the presentation being quite fast. So let's
okay.
do this. Take your time. We are totally fine. If it needs to be 30 or 40 minutes, is fine. We can still patch up with. We have the whole day, so we can still patch up. The most important thing is we getting to understand the whole thing. So just take your time and you have the floor.
Yeah, sure. No worries.
Thank you.
Yeah. So seamless integration with the Power Platform. So if you have heard about the Power Platform actually, link with all these the finance and project operations, as well as supply chain management, commerce, and HR. So all these aspects or all these different products will be actually linking with the Power Platform, right? So the Power Platform is actually seamlessly integrating with these products. So that's really helpful for you to extend the product. So that's what is actually linking back to the no code and the low code, which I was talking about, the ERP trends, which is having now at the moment. So that's where it's actually no code and low code, which is actually helping helping to extend. Because if you're having some requirement, you can use these Power Platform to extend some of the capabilities. If you want to extend it, you can utilize the Power Platform. So that with low code and no code. Whereas the earlier it's a bit different how it's been done. Let's go back to the system, and we can probably see some from the system. And if you have any questions, you can definitely ask from me. No worries. And I'll just show you some from the system perspective. So this is the D365 finance and operations. Yeah. So let me, yeah, so this is the login for the finance and operations. So you could see that the finance and operations, so this is actually in the left side, you can see the modules, all the modules, accounts payable, accounts receivable. So I was talking about the finance aspect, accounts payable, account receivable. So these are different modules that you have: cash and bank management, expense management, fixed assets, general ledger, human resources, inventory management. So if you want to go into any of these modules, you can actually click on the module itself, and then you can select whichever the module, the form that you want, all purchase orders in this case. So let's say if I put it this as my favorite, so you could see that it's coming here onto my favorites. If I click on that, that will go back to the that screen and show me the all purchase orders. So let's see how we can quickly enter the purchase order, and I'll show you how to enter a purchase order here, so for everyone to understand. And I have some more demos connected to it, and I'll go through all of them. So I'm gonna select the vendor account here. So I select the vendor account 1001, and I put in my warehouse. So every PO you will have to have a warehouse and a site. So basically I put in the warehouse and the site in this. So I've selected the vendor, put in the warehouse and site, and I'm telling that I'm going to purchase a product from this vendor, and I'm going to create that purchase order header. So this is the header that I'm going to create when I click OK. So you see that the header has been created already, and these are the lines. So if you have multiple items, you can put it here on the multiple items. So let me put in some of the one item, A0001. So it's a HDMI 6 cables. I'm going to put, let's say 10 quantities I'm going to purchase here. I'm going to save this purchase order, right? So I save this purchase order. I can confirm this purchase order. You could see the quantities there, and you can see the price, unit price is there, and you can see the net amount. So I have 10 quantity, 12 price, and 120 is the total, right? So if you are satisfied with the purchase order, you can go back to the actions and confirm it. All right. So once it's confirmed, this is the beauty of the finance and operations. So I'm actually utilizing the Power Platform in this case. So whenever you confirm this purchase order, I have a flow which is running for the PO confirmation using the Power Automate. So the Power Automate flow will run behind the scenes whenever you do that confirmation. So if you have confirmed this purchase order, this will trigger and run. So if I go back to the flow here, let's see the flow. So if you go here, you will see that it's been run already. The flow has been run successfully. So what it happens here is that when you confirm the purchase order, it will actually pass the JSON, or it will pass the JSON here and send an email, or you can also send a message back to the teams here. So I'll go into the detail here, but I'll show you the demo part first, what has happened so far. So if I go back to my teams and show you that message which came in. So this is my teams. So this is the message which came in, system administrator. So so it actually gives me the PO number. So let's go to the flow itself. So let's see what it's actually taking in. So if you see here, I'm actually capturing the purchase order number and sending it whenever I do a purchase order confirmation. So it's sending me the PO number. So you can give a, you can give a good description, but I'm only giving the PO number here. So you could see that you can send an notification using the Power Platform. So here I've used only Power Automate and the connectors in the Power Automate to connect to email as well as the Teams, right? So this whole combination will actually send me an alert. So similarly, you could do in the other scenarios as well. But this is some simple example, some simple scenario which you could understand that you can actually send an message to the teams pretty easily. So let's come back to the PO. So we saw that how the extensions have been done using the Power Platform. So that's what I was talking about, the trends, that the ERP trends which is happening. So the extension previously, I would have need to write a lot of coding or a lot of the other things that I have to do in order to they achieve the same thing. But now I can use the leverage on the Power Platform, use the Power Automate, and then send a message back to the teams, right? So that is what you can do. So let's move from the purchase order itself. So what we have done so far is we put in the item and the quantity, and then we did the confirmation. So once we did the confirmation, so it sends back to a team. So this could be potentially be your procurement team. So so I'm just putting the teams for the sales team, but this could be a procurement team, and you're sending back then the notifications or the notification back to them, right? So let's see how we can process this purchase order using let me get the mobile app. So what happens is actually you receive the PO and then you are at the warehouse, and if you are utilizing the advanced warehouse, so we have two concepts like basic and the advanced warehouse. If you are using the advanced warehouse, I'll show you the place where you can identify where it's being used, the advanced warehouse or not. So if you go to the warehouses, you would see here they use warehouse management parameters. So that means this is an advanced warehouse, and you can utilize the mobile receiving capabilities. In this case, I can go back and I can receive this PO. So let's imagine that I have the device here. So let me show you from the devices. So this will be something like the mobile application that you would get to receive. You could, I'll share this link later on, so you could go and see how you can do this step by step. I have put in here, so you can see how to connect to the RF gun. So this is the RF gun which the warehouse will be having. So they can, this is actually a simulator which I'm running here for you to show the what's happening behind the scene or when you use this app. So if I use the emulator and show you in this scenario, if I say purchase order received, so I would put in the purchase order number and I would get this item number here and then enter key in the item number. And this gives me, I can put in the quantity, how much the quantity that I want to receive. So I put in 10 quantity, but let's say I only receive 2 quantity. I can put in 2 quantity because I only see 2 quantity physically. I got it. And I can click OK. So once I've done that, it actually creates a work for the warehouse worker to pick and put away. So this is actually two-step method I'm using, receiving and putting away operation. Yeah, so that work has been completed. If I come back to the purchase order, go to the warehouse, check the warehouse details, that generated the work here. So this is the work, 2 quantities, and this is the work ID which generated. So this is the next work ID which I need to receive and put away. So inside the warehouse, what happens, I receive it and then I'm going to be putting into a separate bin location. So every item I can give some default location. So whenever I key in that different location, whenever I do the put away, it will automatically comes into there, so that the user will be notified from the system itself. So when I put in, see the receive location, currently in the receive location, let's say click OK. Let's say OK. So done in this case. So this is the location. So it will be going back to the FL001. So if you see here, I'm going to take it from the receiving location and then putting into the bin FL001. Right, so FL001, and I say click OK, and I've done that. So actually, if you refresh this, this is open, but already I've processed it. So if I refresh this page, that's been closed here, and the quantity has been actually updated back to the FL001 here. So this is how you can complete process from the receiving part of it, and receiving into the different location using the two-step method, receiving and the put away part. So that's been done. So if you've done that, let's go back to the general and see the line quantity and see how's the status. So we have 10 quantity, and I have registered 2 quantity. So because I've received only 2 quantity, right? Hope that you guys got the message on that. So we create a PO. We've actually shown how to extend to get a message into the teams, and then how we can receive it using the warehouse mobile app, right? And we completed the receiving as well. So the next step would be to receive it. You can receive that using the product receipt, and then you can do the invoices respectively. So that this will be the next step that you can do inside the PO. So this is just an example of for you to get an idea on how to work in the FinOps, and what are the things that you can do with it in terms of receiving and extending with the help of the Power Platform, and how you can send these kind of messages. So for that business events which I was using earlier, so if you're interested on knowing these business events, how to utilize these business events, so you can find it here under the business event catalog. So I'll show you where you can find that. Yeah. So these are the different business events. So for the purchase orders, we have the purchase order confirm business event. So that's the one which I've used here, purchase order confirm the event. And I have categories purchase order confirm, and I have to give the legal entity. So that's the legal entity I was talking about earlier. That's the 4 company code that we have, USMF. And in this case, I'm working with the USMF, if you noticed. And that's what I have been putting here. And there's the pass JSON. So you might wonder where you can get that JSON. If you go to the download scheme, you can download that JSON, and you can put it in here, the JSON. And then you can put in any of the actions, like sending email or sending a Teams message, whichever you want to do, you can do that. And then there are fields at which you can get reference from that schema that we've used earlier here. So the schema will give you the certain fields from the business event here, and these fields you can actually utilize here. And then that's how I've get the purchase order number. So that's how, when I confirm this PO, it actually generated the message here. Hope you guys got that part. Let me see how much. Yep. So that's I think I'm almost got into the hour, is it, or do you have some more time?
Yeah, I think you have some 6 minutes. So
okay, 6 minutes, great. Okay, I'll have another demo for you. In that case, I have another demo. Let me show you some stuff. And okay, let's see. Let's check on this video. So this will also give you some understanding on the yeah, hope you can see. So this is actually AI using the Power Platform AI. So this is actually context inside the account receivable screen. So let me just stop a bit. So account receivable customers, I have the context. This is the context actually. So what you can do is imagine the scenario that you actually let me show you the scenario a bit. So imagine if you face somebody, if you probably meet a new contact or new person, and then you're exchanging a business card, and then you can actually scan your business card and then edit and confirm from Power Apps. So what it does is you scan your business card and then enter back to the D365 finance and operations. So this will utilize the Power Apps, Power Automate, and AI Builder inside the Power Platform. So let's go back to the video, and you get the scenario that what I'm talking about here. So this is the initial customer. So if you look at the contacts, you don't have any details here. And I can go to the Power App and select the customers here, whichever the customer that I met, and then I would have got the business card. I can scan the business card. So once I did that, and if the captioning is not correct, you can edit it as well, and then you can you can change it and then save it. So once you save back, yeah, so that's the saving. So once you save back, if you go back to the finance and operations, it's actually utilizing the Power Apps and the Power Automate, and then you can see that contact ID has been captured here. So that's actually a quick demo to show the use of Power Apps, Power Automate, and capturing the context back to the finance and operations. And I put in those. I mean, if you're interested on going back and check all these, individual steps, I have my website, and I have these are actually put it in my website. So if you're interested on that particular one, if you go to the AI Builder, you would see all these the steps here I put in, and a video as well. So you could follow these and you can get the picture, all the details on that. Hope that helps. Even the methods I was talking about, the warehouse as well. So I've been putting those details, I mean, in my blog. So if you are interested, feel free to go there and check it out. That will have all the details inside. So we covered this part. This is done. And going back to the resources. So these are the resources that I used. I'll probably do copy them into the chat later on so that you can access those directly. So I would recommend to go to the docs.microsoft.com for get more details on the introduction on the finance and operations. So that will have the quick overview I have given, and then you can go into the details and check it out. And also feel free to go into my blogs. I've covered some of the things that I've been showing you how to do step by step there. So if you really want to do it in hands-on, feel free to go there and check it out. And thank you for everyone, and thanks for everyone, and thanks especially for Lady and all the others in the community for having me, and Abu as well, Abu and King for having me on this your user group event today. Thanks a lot. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to take in.
Yes, thank you very much, Kasun. So please, if there is any question, let's have it. You can unmute yourself and then ask any question regarding the intro.
Hi, thank you for a great session. It's been amazing. I think there's a few questions in the chat, but for me personally, is it possible to just have your link in the chat with regards to the blog or the tutorials with regards to the extension of F&O and Power Platform?
Oh yeah, cool. Let me put in this and into the chat, definitely.
Yeah, I think it's great. Great session. I've been looking for blogs and stuff like that with regards to extending F&O, and I've been coming up short, so thank you.
Cool, no worries. And there's a question, if you're setting up FO modules for the first time, is there a business process you should do? Yeah, if you're setting up your FO modules, finance and operations modules, yeah, first you need to understand what are the features that you want to enable, what modules that you're going to use, and what are your business scenarios or the what are the scenarios that you're going to cover. Example, like you're using PO, you're using sales orders, and different scenarios you might have, trans orders and stuff like that. So how you would set it up, and if you're using, example, you're using advanced warehouse or a basic warehouse, do you want to do the scanning? So if you want to do the scanning and stuff like that in the warehouse, you probably need to use the advanced warehousing features. And if you are not scanning and stuff like that, then probably you can use the basic warehouses. So depending on the requirement from the customer and depending from the requirement that you want to fulfill, so if you're setting it up, so you need to be taking all these things into consideration and setting it up. Is there any other question in the chat? No.
Please, any other
Okay,
questions?
yeah, the form I've sent earlier for the ERP Trends, that would be great as well.
With regards to JSON and extending the F&O to Power Platform, what's the knowledge that you need really? Do you need a developer's background or?
No, you don't need a developer background. So if you're a, I would say, if you're a person who's interested in the technology to learn the Power Automate and stuff, yeah, you definitely can do that. So it doesn't require any customization. It's just that you need to take that, when I was showing that business event, that schema, you just need to download it and put it in that JSON. That's it. Yeah. So once you have that, have it there, you wouldn't need much of a developer background to do it. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello.
And I have a blog as well. So if you want to see that the business events, I've covered the whole business event step by step. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Cool.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, yeah, because soon. I'm coming from actually the license perspective. I don't know if you've covered that side yet, but I have a quick question. We all know every organization definitely need an ERP. Yes, it's crucial for the business, but because the technology looks expensive for those SMBs, do you think they still need to go for dynamic FO or there's an alternative? I might be talking about Business Central, but in the license perspective, they have a quota of license you need to buy. And if your organization doesn't meet that requirement, do you have any special advice, or is there something that we can use by the meantime or something?
Yeah, definitely there are some requirements that you need to meet. So in terms of when you're looking for that, you have to, if you're talking about a small medium, then the business center would be something which could you look at in the pricing perspective as well. And if you're looking for a bigger kind of implementation and stuff like that, then the finance and operations, and then you could definitely look at the prices. But in terms of the pricing and stuff like that. The other part, I would say, you can also have a conversation with Microsoft and see what are the offers and what are the things that you can get from Microsoft as well. So that might help some cases. So, example, when you're converting from AX previous version, they give some offers and stuff like that earlier. So I don't know whether it's still there, but you could always check with Microsoft in that sense, because they have some some of these discounts and discounts for these, if you're a previous AX user and stuff like that. So you can check all those as well with Microsoft to check whether you can get some kind of a discount or some kind of a help in your situation, because your situation may be different, or unique one. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Sly. Any other question for MVP, please? I think that was a wonderful presentation. It's
Thanks, lady.
for a
Yeah.
fact that Dynamics 365 is huge, and we've just been introduced to it. Today it's like we can't have the complete or the full
Yeah.
overview of D365, but it's just to introduce us and to let us know that there are various modules and there are various functionalities that the solution provides, which we can explore more even after this event. So yeah, it's been great. So thank you so much, and I personally have enjoyed it, and I hope we all have too. So thank you,
Thank you.
Carson.
Thanks,
Thank you
lady.
so much.
Thank you. Thanks a
And
lot.
so yeah, thank you. And before he goes, I'm happy to excited to let you know that today is Carson's birthday. So before it's 12 o'clock in in Auckland, we want to wish you a happy birthday. And thank you so much for spending an hour of your birthday with us. Yes. He deserves an applause, doesn't he? Let's give this to him.
Thanks, everyone.
Sorry, yeah. Thank you so much. Happy birthday. And on that note, I can see that our second MVP is also ready. So we have been introduced to the product or the solution. Now Faisal is coming to tell us how to deploy and manage our deployment of 365. So I hand over the microphone to him.
Thanks, lady.
Faisal. Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So firstly, thank you so much for having me today, and really appreciate the presentation Kasun just finished. It was a detailed and a great presentation. So thank you, Kasun, and happy birthday from my side too.
Thanks, Faisal.
So just to match the vibrant community of this user group, I just try to find out the vibrant colors. So as of now, I'm really enjoying this community. So much to enjoy in this community, and so much to learn, and so much to share here. So today's topic, which I'm going to cover, is Microsoft Dynamics Finance and Operations Environment Governing. Kasun has already started talking about how you are going to play with finance and operations. So it's a very, very big ERP system compared to whatever the products we have from the other side of the fence, which is CRM, or we call it customer engagement, CE. Microsoft ERP is it's too huge. It takes time to understand, and this is why we are here to help everyone. If you have any questions after this session, after this event, please do feel free to come back to me and Kasun. we are very close friends of each other. So Kasun he's in New Zealand, I'm in Australia. So we have been communicating, we have been running so many communities together. So if you have any question, come back to us and we are happy to help you. Continuation of what Kasun has explained to us today about finance and operations, what's the ERP, what's the game plan there, what has been changed in the last few years. Uh, Now, I'm going to cover how you are going to deploy these environments. So before we jump into the today's topic, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Faisal Farid. I am a Microsoft MVP. I am a technical solution architect working in Barhead Solutions. Uh, I'm a technology enthusiast, Power Platform learner, though it's not the topic which we are going to cover today about Power Platform, but we all love Power Platform now. Also, I have been running a couple of communities. Our first community which I'm running here in Australia and New Zealand is ANZ, Dynamics 365 FinOps team. So this is a specific and community which I've been leading and running here in Australia and New Zealand region for people who want to learn finance and operations, which is a Microsoft ERP. Come and join us in this community. So we have been doing sessions fortnightly. All the sessions are recorded, and we are just helping the community to upskill themselves about finance and operations and Power Platform. Second community, which I've been running for Pakistan, Dynamics 365 and Power Platform. This covers the whole Microsoft ecosystem, including Azure, uh, Power Platform, customer engagement, financial operations, everything we cover into this community. So we have been running so many sessions fortnightly, weekly basis, and so many people from Microsoft and MVPs have been joining us into this community, and it's growing. So I request everyone, feel free to join these two communities and let's work together and let's make a good communities together. If you want to reach out to me, here is my email address. You can follow me on my LinkedIn, Twitter, and on my YouTube channel. I do write blogs. I'll be able to refer you a couple of my blog posts at the end of the presentation. With this one, I would like to set an objective for today. We will set the foundation first. So Custom has already helped me a lot in setting up the foundation. I will continue with the same foundation. The challenges people are facing during the implementation of finance and operations, what would be the name of the environment, what would be the purpose of the each and every environment. When I say environment, if you are from the Power Platform background, you will know there is a concept of an environment. You are from customer engagement, you will understand what is the environment. The similar concept what we have in finance and operations. Then we talk about the key concepts. If we have the environment, what would be the purpose of the environment? What is the tier of that environment? So tier 1 and tier 2 environment. We will talk about what is the mystery between tier 1 and tier 2 environments, how we can distinguish between these two environments, which environment to choose and when. Then we have environment types and hosting options. We have environment plan. We will discuss what Microsoft provides you as a standard offer. And then there will be a summary, quick tips and tricks of what needs to be done in order to implement finance and operations. So in next 40 minutes, I'm going to cover up all these points. It's a very extensive topic. I totally understand we will not be able to absorb everything into this session, but I have been writing a couple of blogs onto this particular topic. So I'll be sharing all the links at the end of the presentation of my blog. So you can also check it from my first slide there. Follow me on my blogs. So I'm writing all this environment stuff in my blog post. But other than that one, if you still have any question, connect me on LinkedIn. So let's set the foundation first. What is the environment planning? So, but I'm gonna start talking about this little why environment planning is important and what environment planning should include. So what I'll do, I'll just stop my video to save some bandwidth here and continue with my presentation. So we need to understand first what is the environment planning. So why this is important at the first step of any implementation. This is really important, and we need to understand why we are focusing this one as the first point here. Environment planning is the process we go through in your implementation that is described in details of each of the environment you are going to need during your implementation. So it's a complete documentation. You will have an Excel file, a sort of a matrix, rows and columns there. You will put all your environments there. Definitely you need an experienced person who knows which environment you want to deploy for your implementation. And this comes with an experience. This is always a living document. Most of the time, what mistake we do, we just create this document and then leave it for the rest of the implementation. That is a big mistake. What happens during the implementation or very close to the end of the implementation, this document already has been obsoleted. When we want to refer this document back, it's obsoleted. It's already 1.5 years old, 2 years old. So this is the very common length of the implementation from Microsoft ERP project goes maybe in years, 1 year, 2 years. So that's the minimum length of the implementation. If we go with the some customizations to that go beyond that. Why, when, and which environment is required, this is all also documented into this environment planning. So I'll show you an example of a sample file from Microsoft, which explains you how does it look like. And now coming back to why is it important? It really helps you to plan your budget. Every environment you have to buy. So if you buy an environment, it costs you extra money, which you haven't put into your budget as of now. So whenever you start your project, an implementation project, so every organization defines a budget. Let's say I'll put a $1 million for this implementation. So you have to explain your client, your customers, these are the environments which we are going to use. Later on, we may need more environments so that they understand the budget may vary later on, but you have to inform them. It also strongly impact on the timelines. So let's say you have deliverables for next month, and before next month, maybe a couple of weeks ago, you came up, you said we need another environment, and that's gonna take time. Microsoft will come back to you. You have to deploy that environment. You have to configure that environment. This is going to slip the deliverables. So this is really important. So you decide your environments beforehand. If you think there will be a need of an environment, just shout out straight away. Don't wait for a worst to happen. Just shout out, say, we need one more environment. Maybe we will decide later on we will use it or not. But as of now, we definitely looking for a one more environment. We need it to accomplish this project. So there are so many risks involved if you don't do this correctly. If you haven't deployed your environments correctly, it can delay in your project activities, it can impact your project budget, and it can definitely going to impact your project phases. So if you have a deliverable or project phase going live in August and you haven't configured your environments yet, this is going to impact your deliverables. So and the next phase is already due on in December, if you don't go live in August, your December one will slip. So this is why once you have the understanding of the finance and operations, Microsoft ERP, now if I heard one of the guys, he was mentioning like their company is implementing the finance and operations. So the first thing they need to work on the environments. What type of environments they need? What is the business requirement? Why do they need one environment, two environments, three environments? What would be the Microsoft subscription? What would be the Azure subscription? And so forth. Now, what can impact environment plan? So as we talked about budget, if you haven't defined the budget correctly, it is going to impact the environment plan. Your organizational structure. So if you haven't defined the environment plan correctly, it is going to impact your organizational structure, your project scope, your project timelines, your architectural team, your project will get more complex and complex. So every client has different requirements and different IT landscape. So these are just the highlighted points which I came up with. So these points cannot be generalized. So budget, let's say budget plays an important part in environment planning. Then we have the implementation team size and structure. What would be the how many users you will have into your organization, into your implementation? How many users will be using finance and operations? Are there any regulatory requirements for the global rollout? So when we talk about regulatory requirements, it's really, really important with the environment planning too. Many a times people think regulatory requirements are, let's say, if we are implementing an Microsoft ERP Finance and Operations Solution app in global, let's say we have a different regulatory requirements for China. We have different regulatory requirements for UK and for USA. Then many a times, if we are implementing an ERP solution in China, they have a different regulatory requirement. They say we don't want to share our data with an Australia and New Zealand region. And we want to have the data center into the China region. If we don't plan it accordingly, we may have started deploying the environments into Australia or American regions. But later stages, these regions cannot be changed. So it is very important to understand what are the regulatory requirements. Regulatory requirements also come into play when you talk about what data will go out as part of the functional implementation. But it's really important to understand and keep into your consideration when you are deploying your environments, in which data center you are deploying your environment. So consider environment planning before it gets too complex. These are the few points which I have highlighted. There could be more, but you need to keep these points as a checklist when you are doing the environment planning. How much lead time is required when buying a new add-on from Microsoft? So when you purchase a Microsoft ERP, it comes with only two environments. One your production environment, one is your sandbox environment, which is a UAT environment, or you can say user acceptance test environment. But if you want to have more environment from Microsoft, you have to raise a request through your account manager, which is talking directly to your Microsoft. So account manager is not the AP concept, accounts payable concept. Account manager is the one who is dealing directly with Microsoft on your behalf. If you have a big organization where you are implementing finance and operations, so few times Microsoft is directly dealing with them. So the client can also directly talk to Microsoft. But eventually you need to find out how much lead time is required if you want to add a more environment from Microsoft. And then who will own the environment? Which data center, as we talked about, and which project phase needs which environment? You cannot add environments on your own wishes. If you think like I need one more environment, you need a proper justification. Okay, I need this environment for my data migration phase. I need this environment for my integration phase. So you need to have this proper documented. So the document which we started with, which we talked about, that documentation is a live document. So you will be updating that document throughout the whole implementation. So then you will find out how to deploy a new environment, and then cost of add-on environment. So we will see what is the add-on environment and what is the Microsoft hosted environment. So there will be a little bit concept about organization subscription. So some important points to understand which are used for cloud offering. First one is organization, which is really that company and typically identified one or more public domains like contoso.com or dynamicscon.com. You can also say subscription is assigned to an organization, which is really an agreement that you have with Microsoft to use those cloud platform or services. Licenses is already attached to your subscriptions and organizations. Tenant is your digital identity provided by Azure ID. So if you already aware of all these terminologies, it's easy to understand. We have been using all these terminologies on daily basis. Regardless of ERP or CRM or Power Platform, these terminologies remain same. The concept underneath the concept is same. Excuse me. Environment types, which is what are the different type of environments we have. So we have a standard environment type, we have add-on environment type, we have cloud hosted environment type, and we have VHDs, which is virtual hard drive. So if we talk a little bit more about this standard environment, when you sign up for finance and operations ERP solution, it comes with a standard environment, one production environment and one UAT, or you can say sandbox environment, which is a tier 2 environment. You can always add more environments. You can request Microsoft, I need more environments. That would be add-on environment. You can always add cloud hosted environments. Cloud hosted environments are a different concept. In add-on environment or standard environments, complete SaaS world, so software as a service, where you just pay to Microsoft. They will be deploying your environment. They will be hosting your subscription, and they will provide you an environment. You go and configure your environment whatever you like with whatever the name you want to use. They But as compared to cloud-hosted environments, you will have your own Azure subscription. You have to buy your own Azure subscription. You will link your Azure subscription with Lifecycle Services. So Lifecycle Services, I would say, is a tool where all the Microsoft environments, standard add-on cloud-hosted environments, VHD, everything will lives within Lifecycle Services, which is we call LCS. So you can also download VHD files, and you can mount those VHD files into your own laptops. These VHD files are only accessible to partners. If you are not a partner, you cannot download these VHD files. So we have a very similar concept. I just quickly wanted to touch base with the Dataverse because now we are extending finance and operations with Power Platform and Dataverse. So just quickly wanted to touch base, not going into more details from the Dataverse side. So we have a similar concept in Dataverse: environment type, default environment, environment scope. So environment type is a default environment type, which is a trial version. And you also have the default environment. Whenever you deploy a finance Power Platform, you have a one default environment. All the users automatically from Azure Active Directory added to this one. You cannot delete this environment. Environment scope, it contains one or zero databases. You can have an environment with a database, without a database in Power Platform in Dataverse, or you can have a trial environment. So coming back to the finance and operations. So we talked about the standard offers. So in the standard offers, what we got here: production environment, sandbox environment. And you can have the additional environment, which we talked about as add-on environment. So production environment, which is the environment, and it's highly available, disaster recovery plan, all disaster recovery, and Microsoft manages this environment for you. You will not have access to this environment. You cannot connect to database. You cannot RDP to this particular environment. You will not have any access to this environment. You can only run the UI part of this particular environment. It's a complete managed by Microsoft. Similarly, we have a sandbox environment, which we call as a SAT, UAT. You can call it a UAT, user acceptance test. You can call it a test environment, whatever the terminology you want, but we call it as a sandbox, standard acceptance test environment. It's a non-production multi-box environment. What does it mean here, tier 2 environment? It will have two AOS, application object servers. So within one environment, you will have two machines, two VMs. One has different features installed in it, and the second machine will have six different features installed in it. But at the end of the day, you will have two VMs there. You can connect to these VMs, but due to the recent changes from Microsoft side, you cannot perform any changes into this environment. This is again managed by Microsoft. There are additional instances. These can be purchased. You can request Microsoft and they will provision these environments for you, but you have to configure these environments yourself. So sandbox environments are tier 2 environments. Tier 2 means we will talk about in the details shortly. Tier 2 environment, you can have a production environment. Tier 2 environment, you will have 20 GB of SQL Azure storage. That comes as a default. In a production environment, you will have a 40 GB file size. Similarly, these are the things which we talked about Dataverse. Without going into more details for this one, due to the limited time, I'll quickly skip this one and I'll talk about this sample environment plan. So this can be downloaded from this particular link here. It's a free Excel file. You can check this one. What the document which I started my presentation with was, you can have the environment purpose. What is that environment for? You can have an environment for testing purpose, training purpose, production purpose, build purpose, data migration purpose. You can have your performance testing, system integration testing. So there are so many purposes you may have in as part of your implementation. If it's a big implementation, you may need more environments. If it's a small implementation, you may not need all type of environments. It really comes whenever you need it. So that's actually define all the tier here. What would be the tier here? The production, as you can see, is written as sized. So you will not know how many tiers your production environment has, because that's completely designed by Microsoft. So you provide them an information. We at the peak time, maybe 1,000 users will be connecting to my environment, and they will be performing 10,000 transactions. So you will provide all these information, and Microsoft will decide based on which tier they will be providing to you. Similarly, your build environment. Build environment is a concept. Whenever you have done your customization into your development environment, you have to create a build package. Now, there is a one very, very important concept called one version. So what is one version? You have your finance and operations application from Microsoft. It has their own code, everything in there. But you have already you are doing your own customizations. Apart from that one, you also deploying a third party applications or software. You call it ISV, independent system vendors. You can also get their code and deploy into your system. But whenever you deploy your code from your development environment to your any of the sandbox environments, you need a build machine. There is a condition. You may go with the Azure build pipeline. I will not go into much more details because that is a little bit a complex topic, but build machine, it may not need, but if you want to learn about at what circumstances I don't need a build machine. So as part of the build process, we also run the database in synchronization of the whole application, and also we run the test cases. If you are not worried about running the database synchronization and you don't have any test cases, you do not need a build machine. If you are worried about, okay, I want to synchronize my whole database to make sure my build is successful, everything is running fine, then you need a build machine. So that's a sample file. Now, tier 1 environment, tier 2 environment, that is I will spend a little bit time over here now. Talk about the tier 1 environment. It's a single box environment, means it is only one machine. Like I said, you have a one RDP file, it's a one machine. You will connect to that machine. Everything is installed into this machine. Your SQL server, it's a customer hosted environment. All your development environment are tier 1 environment. So it's the and cloud hosted environment means you will be using your own Azure subscription to deploy this environment. So there is an article which I started last month, how you can perform all these steps. I'll be showing that article very soon, very close to the end of the presentation, and I'll be continuing that a series of blogs in next 1 or 2 months. There is a lot to write there. So you can follow me on that one to understand how these environments planning work in detail. So this is a customer hosted environment, which is a cloud hosted environment. This can be a dev environment and a build environment. This has a less cost. It's in your control. Whenever you want to stop the environment, just stop it. You will not be charged for lots of money. Whereas if you talk about the tier 2 environment, it's a multi-box environment. You will have multiple, if you, two VM machines. This is an Azure database. This is not the SQL database. This is the database hosted somewhere into Azure. And this Azure is managed by Microsoft. Microsoft hosted one. You can use these environments for test, DM, and performance ones. There is a more cost assigned to this one, to this environment, because it comes with your agreement with Microsoft. So you will be paying for these environments, even though if you are not using for these environments at all. Above tier 2, there will be a tier 3 environment, tier 4 environment, tier 5 environment. So even though above tier 2, all are multi-box environment, and these are all have the same characteristics. So I would expect lots of questions about these concepts. So if you have any question, please type in your chat window or write it down somewhere. I'll take all the questions at the end of the presentation. So these are the different hosting options here. So if we talk about the dev environment and the build environment, so dev environment is a cloud hosted environment. You can have the local VHC or you can have the local cloud hosted. So if you have the cloud hosted environment, this is the integration development environment. You can deploy code package from LCS. You can do your data package from LCS. Low cost. That comes subscription as pay as you go. You get the public URL where you can access this environment anywhere. All these options are not available if you go with the local VHD. So if you're thinking about, I want to save some money into Azure subscription, just give me the VHD. I'll just mount it into my laptop. So you will be doing all these changes yourself. So there is a lot of effort involved. If you are happy, if you have been managing it seamlessly, it's your call. You have to update your environment yourself. There is no integration with LCS, with VHD. Build environment, as we talked about, do you need a build machine or not? This is a cloud hosted environment. Excuse me. And if you talk about the Azure pipelines, so the only difference, which the highlighted difference is, if you want to run a test case and if you want to run the DB sync, database sync and report deployments, you need a cloud hosted environment. If you do not need a database sync or report deployments and you don't want to run any unit tests while you are creating a package, you can go with the Azure build pipelines. Tier 2 and above environments, we have tier 2 environment called standard acceptance test. This is really important. If you already have been using in finance and operations, or you have been already managing environment planning for any implementation, this is really good point to understand, to keep into your fingerprints. His fingertips is standard acceptance test. So if you read this name, standard acceptance test, you will automatically find, okay, this is the tier 2 environment. But if you see premier acceptance test, the name of the environment is premier acceptance test. This is the tier 3 environment. But if you find standard performance test, these are the names. I'll show you in a screenshot very soon, where you can find out these names there. This will be tier 4 environment. Similarly, tier 5 environment will be the premier performance test. Now, I'll just take you to the environment first there. This is the LCS. which is a lifecycle services. So you can just browse this one, lcs.dynamics.com. It will take you there. If you have your work account, then you can create LCS project by yourself. And if you have a proper subscription from finance and operations, you can start deploying your environments there. So there is a complete steps involved using the LCS. There is a Microsoft Docs article too, and also you can also read it more about all these steps from my blog post. You can see here, when you deploy the LCS, it only gives you two environments. This is the one which we were talking about in the start, your production environment and the standard acceptance test. Now, if I take you back to this one, this is standard acceptance test. This is tier 2 environment. So nowhere in LCS it tells you this is the tier 2 environment, but you can judge based on to the naming here, standard acceptance test. Now, if we talk about cloud hosted environment, you click onto this hamburger sign here. This is also can be seen from here. This is a hamburger sign. You click onto this one, it will take you to the cloud hosted environment, and all these are cloud hosted environments deployed for any of the implementation. Again, it depends onto your implementation and how many environments you need. The project I was working on, that was the big project, and we, as you can see, I have around more than 10 cloud hosted environments to manage. So the cloud, this is the way to deploy the cloud hosted environment. So you can go to the cloud hosted environment here. You can click on to add here. This is the add sign, step 1, and then you can define which application version and the platform version you want. You define the environment topology. You want dev and test. I don't want the demo environment. And then you choose the size of the environment. After choosing this is the important step here. So choose the environment size appropriately based on to whatever the requirement you have. Sometimes you deploy D13, sometimes you define D12. It really depends on your circumstances. And now, once we have this, now coming back to the main page of the LCS, we have these two environments sitting over here. You can also see the Premier Performance Test, Premier Acceptance Test, Standard Acceptance Test. So these are different names defining the tiers here. So if you talk about the Premier Acceptance Test, this could be tier 4 environment. Premier as Performance Test, this will be tier 5 environment. So nowhere in the LCS it will tell you this is how many tiers you have. You can click on to each and every environment, then it will take you to the detail page where you can find out how many AOS or VMs these are attached to. Now, this is a sample exercise which we talked about in a screenshot. So it has a defined phases, a timeline and milestone. It defines what is the timeline you have, what are the milestones you have to achieve, activities, you have to define your activities that require supporting environments, and define environments per activity. So before we jump into the questions for today, we have what we learned today is with the environment planning, this is a really core and the important point, you plan early. If you want to use your environments, reuse your environments, think about if you have already finished using one environment, how can you reuse this environment? And keep it simple. Do not over complex your environments. Do not add more environments unnecessarily. If you need it, you have to have a proper justification. Why do you need this environment? And also consider lead time. How much time it's going to take to get the new environment. And most importantly, you need to tell the customer, like, I need the environment. This should be tier 3 or tier 4 or tier 2 environment. Customer will not be able to judge it most of the time. You have to tell them why do you need environment and what would be the tier of that environment. Because tier 3 environment is expensive than tier 2 environment. Tier 4 environment is expensive than tier 3 environment. But this is the expensive, this is a cost attribute. But tier 4 is much faster than tier 3. So you need to tell them, if you are thinking about a performance testing, so you say, I would rather suggest you to go with the tier 4 environment to test your application properly from the performance point of view. But again, if you are doing an implementation for a small organization, you may not worry about the performance. They may not have a lot of customizations and the data. So tier 3 or tier 2 environment would be fine for their performance testing. So this is how you define based on to their customers or implementations requirements. And then importantly, identify owners of the environments. Try to let customer manage all these environments. You define, you just provide your support them, you just provide your services to them, and let them play with the environments. Let them use and define all the environments themselves. Otherwise, it will get too messy and you will be spending a lot of time in the environment management. If you learn more about how you can start using the environments, so it's an easy way. Just get your work email and start using your trial instances. So these are the provided links here: finance and supply chain management. It's the same application with the two different names, having a two different type of functionalities, but it's the same application. Finance and supply chain management. You can just click onto these links here, and then you can start put your work email and the phone numbers. It will take you to the trial instance, and then you can start using your environments there. If you feel free to connect me on LinkedIn, on my YouTube and the Twitter account. If you have any question, I'm happy to answer all these questions even after this call. And before we finish off, this is my blog, and that's the one I just have started as a series, how to create your own LCS project and the deploy tier 1 environment. So you can refer back to this one, and it will be a long series there, as you can read it from here. So it will be a long series, so where I'll be taking you step by step about the environments. So I'll just share a blog post here. Now I'll just read the questions here. Okay, so can FinOps be installed on premises? Yes, it can be installed on premises, and it's not only the cloud based. You can do it on premises too, but you always have more effort to manage all these things on premises. You have to have your own data center, or you may have to have your own hardware. So you have to configure everything yourself. But there are organizations which prefer to have on premises just because of their data complexity or their data security. Why we need to run the DB sync? It's up to you. We don't need to run the DB sync always. Whenever we create a package, there are different options. You can always run the DB sync while you are doing your development, And if you are fine, okay, I have run my DB sync, my code is already merged into one VM, I'm satisfied, I don't want to run the DB sync, you can skip that step from your Azure build pipeline. While creating an Azure hosted environment, how can we check what code under the size option represent what capacity?
So what I meant by that is, Faisal, you remember you showed me like while under the site there was a code like V2, V12, or V13, something like that. So what exactly that represents? So it must represent some sort of sizes, like it's 40 GB, it's 50 GB, or something like that, or is it something else?
No, it's the core size. So like if we talk about Intel laptops, you say Core i5, Core i7, Core i3.
Oh, it's a core size. Okay. Okay.
So
sorry.
Yep. So the higher you go, the more you pay.
Okay.
But the higher you go, the more performance you get, but you pay more.
Okay. And is there any link as well that gives us way more explanation on what these core represents and how many, what's the performance for each core? Does Azure has that info?
Yeah, it will be a part of the Microsoft Docs article somewhere, but I'll look at it and I'll share it.
Sure, thank you.
And can we change the environment after the FinOps is implemented, and what's the involved? If you're talking about the sandbox environment, you cannot change anything. Even if you are talking about the cloud hosted environment, you cannot change the environment name. You cannot change the environment name, but you can reuse the environment for other purposes if you want to. You can.
Okay, a typical example for this question is, for example, I have implemented an environment and currently the company's transactions are like 40,000 or say like 100,000 in a month, but suddenly they acquired some companies and their transaction level just moved from 100,000 to 500,000. And the solution is already been implemented. So what we do in that case, do we need to create more environments, or we can change the existing environment with more capacity?
If you are not experiencing any performance issues, I would say leave it as it is. But if you are worried about the performance issues, production environment can be upscaled, like you can make a new estimation request through LCS, which will be reviewed by Microsoft, and they can add a more AOS to enhance the performance. But that will only happen with the production environment. It will not happen with the sandbox environment, because sandbox environment could either be a tier 2, 3, or 4 environment. But as I said, if you are not experiencing any performance issues, then leave it as it is.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Russell.
Environment sizing guidelines. Okay. In a customer or a partner as your system, who would pay? Yep. So in a customer or a partner as your subscription, who would pay for the resource that are deployed, and what determines the price? It's a good question. In a customer or a partner, partner should not be using their own subscription. It's always a customer subscription. So ask them to buy as your subscription, and they should be managing all the subscription themselves. It's a very straightforward process. If you go to the portal.azure.com and buy the subscription, pay as you go. So they will be buying the subscription themselves, and they should be managing. You can provide your services being a partner, but you should not be buying a subscription for them. Later on, if they plan to change a partner, they will be in a trouble, because everything is set up using your account, and they will not have proper access there. Can you power down and still keep your other tiers, say, there for as long as you want without deleting it? Yes, you can put them as a pending delete state, which is a deallocation state. You can put as a pending delete, but you will still be charged for a few dollars a day, but that will not a lot, but that will reduce the price significantly, and there will be no implications of shutting down the environments. If you are not using any environment, there is an auto option set up into Azure subscription. Whatever the environment you deploy in LCS, it's directly connected to the Azure. So you can already do whatever you want to. You can stop environment directly from your Azure. So in Azure portal, you go to your virtual machines and you can deploy all the environments from there. Sorry, not deploy, you can stop and start environments from there. You can even delete the environments from there. So I'm right on time. So thank you again, this vibrant user group. Thanks for having me again, and looking forward to help you more in building the community strong. If anyone has any questions, please reach out to me at any time. And these are my link, my contact information. So feel free to follow me on that one. Thank you.
Indeed, yes. Thank you, Faisal. It's been an amazing session, and surprisingly, you are on time. Even though you didn't start exactly at 11, and I think it's been informative and educative as well. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Leaders, organizers, I can't hear any applause for him. I can't hear any applause for him. Where are you? He's done a wonderful job this afternoon. Let's give it to him. Let's give it to him.
Thank you, Faisal. Section was wonderful.
This is only done in Accra. We only get this in Accra. you know. So we thank you so much. We would like to take a 10-minute break, get coffee. If you're in Ghana, get some banku or some wachi. If you can recharge your data as well, human resource in the next 10 minutes. So we're taking a 10-minute break, and we'll resume after that, still with Dynamics 365.
Yeah, those who are not going to take anything, we should come on video and we see each other, we talk. Okay. Yeah, so we can have some little chat, yeah, if you are not going on leave. Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, so. Kenke will do, I know, right?
Yeah.
Some e-kenke vibes coming your way. Some e-kenke.
E-kenke, where? For where?
It's coming to Eben.
No, I don't want e-kenke.
It's probably it's supposed to.
You can order Uber Eats, so do it. What you have to do.
Share your location. Share your location.
Okay, I'm sending the location right now.
Okay.
So guys, please come online.
So guys, we just want to connect. Yes, we just want to connect while we break for 10 minutes.
Can you see my beach? I'm sitting at the beach side there, so I want to see you. Where are you? Ernest. Where are the attendees?
Yeah, we are in.
Oh, you can come on video. Okay, I can see someone say they have bundle. No problem. Those who can connect on video, those who come. Yes. Okay, this is my ECG man. We will not have any problem today. So ECG in the building. uh, so far, how is the session going?
So far, so good.
Do you normally use Dynamics, the technology we are sharing today?
Not really, not really. But we just yeah, we just launched it like this week. Okay, that was on Thursday.
Okay.
We are not using Microsoft, we are using SAP.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But yes, we not something we still on pilot phase.
Okay, I see. So I can see someone say they are eating banku. Can you share that one for? Let me see the picture of your banku. Oh, three. Who is that?
Please, I can share a picture of me, of my banku, please. My hands. It's very
Oh,
personal. It's a very personal moment with my food.
look at you. You don't want to invite us?
Oh, you are invited.
Who is that?
You're
Who
invited.
is Godfred? Can't see you well. The video, the camera is 10. Okay, yeah, that's
Okay.
fine. Okay. Are you a student, Godfred? Can you hear me?
Yes, I am a student.
Okay. Oh, they. Can see. Where the rest? But they are going for lunch.
Okay, right.
Abu, some have
Yeah?
bandwidth restrictions, so
Oh, okay,
some
I
have
know.
bandwidth restrictions. Some are now going to recharge. You know.
Oh, I see. No, those are already somewhere where they can connect this to connect. Let's see, where's Ernest? Mhm.
So how's the
Ernest,
session so far?
oh, I'm really, really enjoying it. And your speakers are on point.
On point.
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes.
Abu, I'm here, but it's just that I'm on break because I want to really get this other two sections. So please pardon me. Let me take some. I think we are left with some 5 minutes. I'll join you back.
Yes.
So
Oh, okay, okay, no
Okay.
problem.
And then whilst also on break, we would encourage you to tweet and retweet, share it,
Yeah.
LinkedIn, yeah, and let's make some noise out there.
Baba,
Abu,
I
hopefully
can,
we get
yeah.
some. Abu, hopefully we get some dynamic souvenirs soon. for our great community. Not
Oh,
Agile,
that's
not Power Platform. This time Dynamics.
that's awesome.
Awesome.
When is it coming?
So we are taking notes of all participants for today's session.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You better show up on the camera so that we'll notice you.
Would
Okay.
encourage everybody to stay till the very end.
Yes.
It's going to be awesome. Yeah. Anyway, I
Okay.
think we have about 2 more minutes.
Okay. Who is the next speaker?
Yeah,
Hi, everyone.
the
Good
next
morning.
speaker is Anna.
Oh, good morning. Oh,
that's
Anna.
Sorry.
That's Anna, my future pilot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly. You let me know when you want me to share my screen.
Can you come on video, Anna?
Yes.
Oh, okay, that will be fine.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Anna.
Good morning. It's 9 a.m. here, so good morning for me. Good evening for you.
Good
Where are you?
afternoon for us.
Good. Good afternoon from Ghana.
What?
Where is Anna? Which country are you from?
I'm in the country that kept you out from one of the football. I'm sorry. I'm in one country that kick you out of the football league, like the World Cup.
Which country is that?
Uruguay.
Oh, Suarez.
Yeah.
Suarez country. Okay. Oh, I see. Suarez country.
Yes, exactly.
That is Suarez.
Yes. It's a regard to Suarez. Everybody remember Suarez here. We know him very well.
I know, and you will remember us for the rest
Oh,
of the history.
yes. Wow.
We kicked you
Suarez,
out of
Suarez
South
should come.
Africa 2012, 2010.
2010. He should come and apologize.
No, of course not. I'm really proud.
Or maybe you apologize for Suarez for to us here. We are not happy up to now. We are not happy. 10 years later, still we are not happy. Yes.
Abu, I think we would have to take that after the event.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. So I will do what should I start?
Okay.
Yes. So
Awesome.
yeah. So I think we're ready to know more about people's management in D365.
Yes, exactly. That's the main reason that I'm here. I will really appreciate if you can mute yourself, so I get easily distracted, and if you are muted, I will get easily distracted. So I will share my screen to make a presentation about myself. If you can confirm you're seeing my screen, please someone say yes or something.
Yes, ma'am. We can see your screen.
Amazing. Well, thank you very much. It's
And
a
then
pleasure
while
for
the
me.
presentation is on, okay, so
Okay.
quick one. While the presentation is on, would suggest that we put off our videos so that
Okay.
we'll leave the
The quality.
spotlight to the presenter. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Thank you. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for everyone to be here and to spend some time with me in the session. What we're going to discuss today is Dynamics 365 HR or human resources. This is a solution that not everyone knows out there. It's not that well known, and it has suffered some changes during the last days. So the last years. I will mute someone that is off mute. So if you don't mind, give me a second. Sorry. I can't. I could mute. But anyway, I see someone. Okay, good. Um, what happened with this solution is that it changed a lot during the past years, and it of course suffered, and that impacted in some clients, ongoing clients. So Microsoft somehow rebranded it, what was Dynamics 365 for Talent. Now it's Dynamics 365 Human Resources. And it's a separate solution, because it's usually attached to finance and operations, but I'm happy to say that it's a separate solution and it operates like a separate solution. So what I want to do today with you is to introduce you what the hell is this solution, because I know there are lots of questions out there. Um, but yeah, that's what I'm going to cover. So this is the agenda that I'm going to present to you. We're going to have a welcome that I will open in a few minutes. Then we are going to have the Dynamics 365 HR 101, like the basics for you to know why and how we can use the solution. We know that in this industry, without a demonstration, the presentations are quite, I mean, we need a presentation. We need a demo to come along with a presentation to make you understand better what is the solution about. Um, then I will share with you 3 reasons to choose Dynamics 365 HR, and then we're going to open the mic and to share some Q&A for us to exchange. If you have any comment in the meantime, if you want to take note for something or some question, feel free to drop it in the chat. We will review that later on. But I have only one screen. So if you ask something and I don't answer, it's not because I'm ignoring you, it's just because I'm not seeing it. So that's the agenda for today. So first of all, welcome. This is me. My name is Ana Inés Urrutia de Sousa. As I already told you, I'm from Uruguay or the country that kick you off the World Championship Cup. I'm sorry, I needed to do that joke. But yeah, that's me. I'm a psychologist. I I worked in I'm sorry, I worked in human resources for about 7, 8 years, and at some point of my career, I realized that I wanted to switch to technology. I always work with HR. I knew all the challenges that HR departments have, like they all have the same problems. And at my last job, I was able to realize, I was working for a Microsoft partner, I was able to realize that we have a solution that could help us to be smart and to work, not work more, but work better. So that's how I fell in love with Dynamics 365 HR. Lucky for me, there was someone there who offered me to make the transition from um, D360 from human resources department to project department. So yes, um, I'm luckily after a lot of work and a lot of contribution to the community, I was able to become an MVP past year in December. So it's very recent, and I consider myself as an HR champion. I'm very humble, as you can see. I consider myself an HR champion because I worked a lot there, and I'm able now to translate. I'm able to speak HR language. So it's one of the things outside the more professional side of the conversation. I am a student. I'm going to become a pilot soon. Um, I'm passionate, deeply passionate about community. So if you need to connect and you want to talk, if you want to mentor or whatever, just let me know, and we can catch up and have a conversation. The other thing that I'm really passionate about, and this is the first talk I'm sharing it, is about clothes. So I love clothes and shoes and stuff like that. Um, and the last thing that I want to share with you, something really personal, is that I have ADHD. So I have a problem for concentrating and for yeah, ADHD. It's a disease, or it's not a disease. It's something that I struggle daily, and most of us in technology had that kind of issue. Um, well, but anyway, just to share it with you. So this is the welcome. Thank you very much to be here with me to share part of your Saturday, to exchange and to learn. I know that they're amazing. There's an amazing lineup. So thank you very much. And without further explanation, let's go for this 101 Dynamic 365 HR. So and I'm gonna answer that 4 questions that we have there. Um, I don't like slides with lots of content because I like to talk too much, and it's if I use both resources, it's a bit overwhelming. But I want to make sure I let you know, and then I spread this energy about Dynamic 365 HR, um, answering this question. So why should we use Dynamic 365 HR? So this kind of solution is designed to accomplish all human resources challenges, not only the ones that are referring to day to day, but those also that happened once in a while. For example, we are able to manage all our workforce insights, and we are also able to manage as well something related with, for example, leave plans, benefit plans, or stuff like that. So what is this solution designed for? It's designed to cover and to centralize a few challenges that the HR people has. Uh, Regarding to technology solutions. So what happens today in HR, and if you work for a company, or if you're going to work for a company, or if you worked in HR before, what happens is that HR departments, they don't have enough budget to spend or invest in a solution. So they tend to work in a very unproductive way. They have, for example, an Excel spreadsheet, and they have also local files and emails and attachments. Everything is spread all over the place. And the idea behind the solution is to provide them um, an environment of collaboration that they can access anytime, any place, at any moment, or any device. So that's one of the main goals around Microsoft. Technology, of course, but the idea is for them to provide them a very easy to access solution, easy to manage, easy to manage, um, where they can centralize everything, so they don't have to struggle with multiple platforms. And also, of course, if you ask today an HR analyst or generalist to cross information between the solutions that they are using, they will have to spend lots of hours trying to cross and unify that data. The fact that we have Dynamics 365 HR available for us, this means that we are capable of doing only one click and getting a lot of information from the solution out of the box. So um, as you can see, I'm really passionate about this solution, and I'm also in love of this solution because um, as a person that suffered a lot of paperwork during my HR life, I realized that I was able to work very much smarter than I worked before with this solution. So who is this solution for? We have multiple people that can use it. So for example, we have of course, all HR department is capable of using it, and I wish they use it all, of course. We have the HR generalist, we have analysts, we have assistants, we have even the HR director is able to use it, and it's going to be helpful if all these people that I already mentioned use it. But not only for them, because it's also a solution designed for employees and for leaders or bosses, or people with team leading teams. So the idea behind the solution is that we can share the responsibility around the processes related to people. So for me, that I'm an employee, I will be able to manage my personal information and also manage my professional information and be aware of what is going on around my personal stuff. So I'm gonna do a demonstration, of course, and you're gonna be able to see what the solution looks like and what we can do with it. But just I will keep this as an exercise. Just think about the times where you needed to change something from your professional file in your current job. How long it taked for HR to answer your email or reply your team's message, or update the information that you were requesting and stuff like that. That's the challenge that we face. We are all trying to centralize our processes in human resources departments. So this solution is designed not only for human resources persons, but also for leadership roles and, of course, employees. So that's like the complete overview of who is gonna use it. Um, in a nutshell, all the companies should use it. So yeah. And when? Well, that depends on the maturity of the organization. It also depends uh, how do you say it? In the how big is the company? But it's always a good time to implement it, and it's always good to see how they're currently doing their ongoing processes and try to move them along to Dynamics 365 HR. So with this introduction done about answering all these questions, I will move to a demonstration that I will do here in my own computer. There you go. Oh, it's in Spanish. I will change it in a second. Give me 1 second. There you go. So, US. Now I will refresh and I will move back to the solution. So what you can see here is the main dashboard that we have for Dynamics 365 Human Resources. I will zoom this a bit in so you can see a bit more. This is a trial environment that you can set up if you have a work account. You can set this environment out. I will send a link through the chat, and you can build. I mean, you're gonna set this up, and you're gonna have a lot of information as if you had a company. So you have all, like, the solution is not like empty, so you're able to see actual information. So what we're seeing here is information that already Microsoft already provided me as a Contoso information. But the only thing that I changed is the banner, because I wanted to make it more personal and I wanted to feel like I own a company. So I made up this banner called the Power Company with the same icons that you see in my presentation. So welcome to Dynamic 365 Human Resources Solution. This is the main dashboard. If you already have any experience with Dynamic 365, any of the other apps, you're gonna find this very similar to the other ones. The look and feel is really similar to Sales, for example, or F&O. It's just this is 100% designed for human resources purposes. So here you can see an overall of the modules that we can access, and we can access the same pressing here the hamburger menu, but this is the same as this. So this depends how easy for you or how do you want to manage it. I'm gonna show you first one of the modules that I really think that are amazing, because I come from a from the background that I came. This was quite impossible to do in only one click. So what you're seeing right now, what you're having in front of your face in the screen, is the personal management module based for, of course, the personal management of the company. So you can see here that I'm in this current legal entity. So the information that you're seeing here is the the one that's happening in my current legal entity. We can see in only one screen all the employees, all the contractors, all the open positions, some changes, people that's about to hire, um, people that's starting soon, people that is exiting the company, the ones that already are out. So we can see all at once in one only screen. So despite this is quite good, what I wanted to show you also is what an employee record looks like. So I selected the employees, and now I'm going to my own personal file. So you can see that here we have a lot of information around this employee, this amazing employee. But you can see here that we have lots of information. So we have five different tabs, and in the first one we can see a profile of the person. We can have different fields. We have personal number, first name, second name, last name. We have the address. We have the seniority day and stuff like that. So this is about like a summary of the employee. We can hide or change some of these fields. So if you don't want to see some of them, that's not a problem. We can do it. Then we have another one that is for addresses. This is something that you can add, change, delete, or just simply change if you want to. And then we have the contact information. And here we can add all the contact details for this particular person. And lastly, we have personal information about the current situation of this employee. So what about marital status or military service, if that applies for your country? In Uruguay, that's not legal to ask, but yeah. So we have lots of information here to add, and of course we can add more information about bank details, ID numbers, and stuff like that. So just to make sure I was talking clearly, this is the kind of access that um an HR person will have. This is something that me as an HR generalist or HR analyst will be able to see, not an employee. The employee will see something that we'll see later on. After the profile, we can see the employment, and here we can see all the details related to the employment of this particular person. So we can see the dates, we can see if there's a termination, we can see the termination reason. We can see also the notice, if there's a calendar attached to this person. We can see if I don't know, everything that you're seeing here, but we have lots of things. Remember that this solution is quite built in the US, so we can have this kind of things at FMLA or ACA or ACC that are for designed for North America scenarios, but that's not important because we can always make this solution suitable for us. We also have financial dimensions. This means that we are going to, where we're going to input the cost for this worker. After that, we have the compensation tab where we can see the fixed plan, for example. We can see that this person has 2 fixed plans attached and a variable plan that is, of course, a bonus that is based on merit or, yeah, or objectives or goals. After that, we have a competencies and development. These competencies and development are attached to the job that Anna is performed. So when we hired Anna, we compared her profile to the profile of a job, and we did the match, and we can compare that the two things and make sure that she's accomplishing all the abilities that we need for that ongoing role, sorry. And lastly, we have this payroll tab where we can add some earning codes or some payroll information. Just FYI, in something that is always asked by customers and by partners and by community is, will Microsoft launch a payroll module? And the answer is no. Microsoft will not launch a payroll module for Dynamics 365 HR. And the reason behind that is that we have a lot of different regulations for different countries regarding to payroll. So what Microsoft did, and that is a very good advance, is they provide now an API to connect to ISB solutions designed for payroll for specific countries. So for example, regulations regarding to payroll in Ghana are going to be very different from the ones regarding in Uruguay. So what we're going to do is in Uruguay, we're going to buy an ISB solution to make sure we can connect it to Dynamics HR. And in Ghana, you're going to do the same as well, but with someone that knows how payroll works in Ghana. So you make sure you're covering your ongoing situation, because if you, let's think that you start using an out of the box payroll solution for your country but it's designed in the US, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a mess and you're not gonna like it. So it's better that you start working locally with your current ISPs. So that's how an employee file looks like. This is a very simple, of course, demonstration, but I want to make sure that you had that information. We can also see that we have contractors, and contractors are this kind of um, independent employees. They don't actually count as employees; they are workers, but um, they work like, yeah, contractors. I mean, we all know that meaning. But anyway, one of the things that I really wanted to show you, because I'm really in love with it, is this analytics tab that you can see here. You can find analytics in almost all of the modules here in Dynamics 365 HR. But the idea is this is all built by the information that I provided to the solution. So I didn't do anything much than doing my actual work and adding the correct information to the correct place. So I added, for example, all my employees. I added all the details for my employees, and I was able now to see this out of the box Power BI. So for example, I can see how many open positions. Let's see if we can click here There you go. We can see, for example, how many open positions do we have by department. So we can see, for example, that retail operations it has 10 open positions, and on the other hand, we have merchandising with only one position, open position, stuff like that. This is built by the information that this complete solution is already been fed for. One of the ones that one of the BIs that I like the most is this work for demographics, where you can find actually what is going on in your country regarding to gender and with workforce, of course. So, for example, if we open this one, we can see that there's a very huge gap between the amount of women and men that we have in our company, separated by range. So we have employees between 25 and 35 years old. We have only 15 women, 15 female, and 29 male, and stuff like that. We can see that, and we can also see, for example, the kind of languages that are spoken in this in our company. Um, Once again, this is all populated by the information that we provided to the solution. So we'll only show correct data if we feed it with correct information. If you work for a company, or if you are part of HR department, or if you ever were part of a company, you know that one of the things that they struggle the most, despite all that the challenges that we already covered, is um, extracting the information for birthday or anniversaries. So here we have something that is very, very easy. We can just check how many people are celebrating 11 to 15 years of anniversary in our company. We have here 35 people this month, 32 the next, and we can have a list of this. And it happens the same with the birthdays. When I was working for a company here in Uruguay, we managed all this in an Excel spreadsheet, and believe me, that was a nightmare. And sometimes we do say happy birthday to someone that uh, it wasn't the birthday. So it's kind of a good solution to have and to know, because it's very um, useful. That's the main thing. Um, we don't only cover personal management. We don't only cover this kind of insights, but we do have a lot of other information to cover for yeah, for our workforce. So as you can see here, we already covered the analytics. We have a tab that is for expiring records. So for that expiring records that we have, for example, someone um, that is going that is I don't know, the license, the social security number is called in the US, but ID number is about to expire. The ID card is about to expire. We can have an alert here to make sure that we, keep track of the documentation. So I know that this is quite not technical, but this is quite HR based. So I want to make sure that you know a scenario that is a bit more suitable for your own day-to-day life. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you how it will look like if you access as an employee. So let's do this. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna log in as someone that is an employee of the company. So you can, once again, this is in Spanish, sorry. I use it in English all the time, but I needed to do a demo in Spanish and it kept this way. So we're gonna refresh and back on track to share the there you go. What you're seeing here is how a worker will access the solution, and in this case, this person, the user that you're seeing here right now, is an IT manager as well. So that's the reason that he can access the system administrator. So what I'm gonna show you is the employee self-service. As you can see, the look and feel is pretty similar at the one that we already seen. But let's go to the employee self-service. What is this? So what we have here is the Timbal employee self-service. We have a full solution that helps people to make sure they are managing their own information. So here we can see the time of requests or balances for this person. We can see tasks if their tasks were assigned. We can see certificates, courses. We can see goals, performing goals. We can also see the compensation. We just click here and it's gonna load. Oh, it doesn't have compensation. Poor team. We can also add attachments, and of course we have here some additional information. So why is this something helpful? Because this person, it's no longer going to be dependent from HR to do stuff. So for example, if Tim wants to request time off, he's capable of doing it, but just using something like this. He can request time off, chatting with a bot and asking for time off during through Teams. He's not longer dependent of sending an email or having a call with HR. So this is about employee self-service, and we also have another tab that is called My Team. In this case, it's called My Team because this team has reporting persons. I mean, he is leader of a team of an IT department, so he can see a lot of information about um, their own reports. So you can see information about Emil, Gerardo, Isaac, and stuff like that, and all the other people that you can see here. So um, part of the job that this person needs to perform is to make sure that all these persons are okay, are leave time or time off. He needs also to make sure that the performance goal is uploaded, that there are reviews that are ongoing, that we do have um the positions going for the positions correct for these persons and stuff like that. So this is a very pretty solution and very easy to use solution for employees and for leaders because they are capable of using it in a very simple and easy way. As you can see, it's very easy to use. You can just go click. I mean, for Emil, for example, I can see, I don't know if this person has a compensation, but we can see here compensation. We can see all the information about the people that is reporting to team. So here, as you can see, we can see that none of these persons had requests, but if they did had, I mean, if they were having a request for a leave request, team was able to approve or deny that request from here. So it's very simple and very easy to use as a manager, and it will solve a lot of issues in the future for people. So let me go back to the other screen. Let's go to the home and let's make sure. Yeah, I'm gonna show you the employee development one because this is something that I'm really passionate about. The employee development one is one that is created and based. You're gonna find um, solution that is really. I mean, this module is only analytics and links. So what we're going to do is we're going to build our model here. We're going to define which goal categories we want with which test types do we want, how we can scale, how we are going to perform the skill mapping and stuff like that. And then after the persons complete all this employee development information, we can see we can see all that here. So you can see an employee development overview. You can see as well an employee analysis. So we can see, for example, here, we know that we have um, seven employees in level 1, 121 employees in level 3, and stuff like that. And something that is really interesting, I'm sorry that I shout, but something that's really interesting is that we can add information for different companies. So despite that I'm in this ongoing legal entity, I can cross information. So for example, let's think that I want to have these three informations that I can have all this information for this ongoing companies. So let's do a refresh. Let's see if this refreshes. If it doesn't, I don't know why it's not refreshing. But anyway, it doesn't matter. The idea behind this is that you're able to add information not only in your current legal entity, but other um, also in other ones. So yeah, you also have skill profile. So for example, you want to see my skill profile. Oh, this is really tiny. We want to see my skill profile, and here you can see, because the position that I have is manager for marketing, I have all marketing abilities added to my profile. So, and the same we have it here with skills analysis. So this is a very easy, simple solution to use for HR department. And with all this said, I will go back to, sorry, we go back to here. So let's go back to present. There you go. Okay, so with the demo done, I wanted to explain you 3 reasons why we should suggest Dynamics HR for the companies and for our customers, or even for the company that we're working for right now. So the first reason is all-in-one. The idea of this solution is that we have, as you could see in the demo that I did, that we have every single process related to human resources in only one place. We don't have any separate information. As I told you, we don't have an Excel spreadsheet and then another email and then a local file and stuff like that. We have all at one place, and that is very helpful for everyone for everyone in a company, because how many times did you wait for someone to send you a file because you needed to work on that and it wasn't shared? Imagine that you can handle all an entire company by only accessing a link in a web. So that's the first reason. The second reason is integration. This means that we are capable of, as it is a solution based on Microsoft. I mean, it's designed, developed, and delivered by Microsoft and powered by also Microsoft partners. This means that the integration between Dynamics HR and other solutions from Microsoft is very easy to do. As you could see, I showed you an integration between Dynamics HR and Teams. We can also extend the solution with Power Platform. This means we can make even complex Power BI reports or build Power Apps to extend the solution or automate stuff inside Dynamics HR. And also outside of it. And we can make a Power Virtual Agent, a bot, where we can, yeah, mm, answer questions from the employees as we have for now for Microsoft Teams. And the last reason is experience. I'm really happy to tell you that as an HR person, I'm really happy with the experience that I have with the solution, because it's very user friendly. Even it's not the best looking solution, it's very user friendly because it's easy to access and easy to work with. And also the fact that it's easy integrated with Microsoft Teams, sorry, brings us the opportunity to start using it in an environment where our employees already know how to use it. So let's think that I want to start using a solution for human resources, but it's outside of the Microsoft environment. This means that our employees will need to learn how to use a new solution. And if we start implementing Dynamics HR, what is going to happen is that they are already used to the, for example, Teams. So it's not going to be a very long way to learn. And happily that will turn in a return of investment in a very short period of time. So these are the 3 reasons I find this very, very helpful for me, and I think there are very like solvent reasons to define where you go and how to select the solution. So, with all that said, and I know I talked a lot and I talked very fast, and I'm sorry for that, but if you want to talk, if you want to have a call, if you want to make sure, I don't know, if you have any doubt, if you have any question or so on, you can find me on my blog. Luckily, everything is my name, so you can find me. You just Google my name and you can find me. There you have it, anainesurrutia.com, in LinkedIn, Ana Inés Urrutia de Souza, or in Twitter, Ana Inés Urrutia. I'm a very anxious person, so I will reply faster, really fast. If I don't, it's because I'm doing something, but I make sure I reply back. And yeah, feel free to do that. I'm really happy to interact and help you guys. I think I owe you one from that time in 2010 with South Africa, so I make sure I pay back. Um, and with this, I will, yeah, open the mic for any question if you had. I didn't read the chat, but if you have any question, if you have any comment, if you want to open your mic, just go ahead. Hi.
So it's question and answers time. If you have any question for Anna, probably something you wanted to hear, but she's not mentioned it, I think you can ask her. If you want to drop it in the chat box, that's fine. Otherwise, you can also unmute yourself and let's have a go at it.
Okay,
Otherwise,
I'll
I
take
think
the
it's
first
been
one.
a great presentation.
Thank you very much.
Can I come in?
Yeah, so let's have a question.
Yes, please. Anna, I think that's a great presentation. Unfortunately for me, I came at the end. I was a little bit busy with other things. So I just saw the end of it, but I still think it's a very great presentation. But I have a quick one. Here we have sometimes people are mostly interested about appraisal system. So I don't know with this particular dynamics human resource, does it come by default with an appraisal system, a workflow that can easily manage appraisal system for employees?
Appraisal system, that's what you're saying. Sorry, I don't get the word.
Yes, please.
Okay, so what you can do here is to give feedback to your employees as a yeah, if you're a leader, or even if you're not a leader, you can provide feedback to workers or yeah, colleagues or stuff like that.
Okay, all right.
Okay, I don't know if there's any other question. I will open the chat here. And if there's not, if we don't have any other questions, oh, I see one.
There's a person in the chat box. Yeah.
That's
one just dropped in
the payroll solution. That's a very good question, because what is Microsoft actually recommending at the moment is that we, as I told you, that you go and talk to a partner who is already having an interface for payroll, and you handle it like outside of Dynamics HR. So the responsibility of updates will be part of the conversation between the company and the partner, not 100% Microsoft. So yeah, that's it. I will add my blog to the chat so we can connect and talk if you want. And yeah, I will let let Arlene start with the presentation if that's okay for you. Yes, it is sold separately. You can buy it like a standalone solution without buying finance and operations.
Yeah, great, great.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah, so we can say thank you, Kiana. You deserve applause. So let's give it to her.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I see too one additional question. Hi, I'm gonna say you hi because it's been a while since I saw you.
Hey,
How are you?
I'm good. And you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. It's also to see you. I let you the floor to
Yeah.
present.
Where are you right now? Because
I'm
you
in
are.
Uruguay.
Ah.
I was fighting with them because Uruguay kicked off Ghana from the South Africa 20. So, you know, we were having kind of a fight. Well, thank you very much, everyone. Have a lovely, lovely day ahead.
Same. So.
I think it's been good.
Let's go. You are ready? Okay.
Yes, we are ready.
Okay,
Perfect.
so we've had a fantastic morning. We've seen finance and operations. We've also seen.
I not hear you very well. I don't know if it's on my side or you, but
Yeah, I think it's her side.
ah, okay.
On my
Okay.
okay, okay, but we are ready.
Okay. I can start, okay?
Yes, I think you can
Okay.
go ahead and start.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. You see my screen, it's okay?
Yes, we see it. It's okay.
So, hello everyone. I hope you are still awake and ready for this new session. So just thanks again for the invitation, of course. I'm really happy to be here for Ghana community. So yeah, I really love, user community, user group. So, and since I work a lot on some African projects, I think it was a really good opportunity to join this event. So yeah, thanks again for the organization behind, and hopefully you will learn something on my side. So yeah, right now, we will talk about reporting capabilities in finance operation. That's a huge important work because, as you know, when you implement an ERP system, that's great. it's a long journey. Yeah, you will not implement it in just 1 month. But the most important part at the end, I would say, is really to do some KPI to make to provide some intelligence, to provide some data analytics behind your ERP system, because you will have a lot of, and I mean really lot of data on your ERP. So that's great, but at the end, the user, your end user on the ERP will have to, they will need a lot of reporting, dashboard to make decision behind the ERP. So that's the purpose of this session, is really to provide you what I learned for my journey on Microsoft, and what is the best architecture to provide with finance operation for reporting. So that's the purpose of this session. Yeah, I like to say that modern data warehouse. Yeah, so modern is quite funny, but yeah, it's we could say that it's quite modern. And at the end, really, for me, because on some project which I work, especially the one you will see after, which I work for 3 years now. So we implemented finance operation. That's great. But after, yes, they had a lot of reporting demand case. And that's the purpose of what we have done, is really to help them to do their own report, because that's the most important thing. You know, Power BI is a great tool, it's a data visualization tool, and it was the first tool on Power Platform component back then, I think 5 years ago or 6 years ago. But really, Power BI is just data visualization. But on finance operation, you have 10,000 tables. So that's the problem, in fact, in finance operation, is how I can really put end user to make their own report on their own. Like, you know, Power Platform is really citizen developer, like Power Apps, Power Automate, like Power BI. But if you don't provide a good architecture behind Power BI for finance operation, you will lose your end user, your user. They will not have the ability to construct, to build their own report if they don't know how to do, you know, the relationship between table. They will have the technical fields on table. So it will be really a nightmare, believe me. Even if you train them on Power BI desktop. But Power BI desktop on visualization part is quite easy to learn. But really, the most important part is really to provide a good model, and with real-time data from finance operation, so that they will have a good data model, and they can really build their own model. Just a very quick presentation of myself. So you like Anna, I have also my own blog. And in fact, the presentation that I will do right now is, you have a lot of articles on my blog about that, about modern data warehouse for finance operation, or even something else, because I'm working on Dynamics 365 for 12 years, I think. I work a lot on ERP system, on Dynamics AX before, AX 2009, 12, and now finance operation, of course. But also I work a lot on customer engagement, CRM of Microsoft for 5 years. And I work a lot also on Power Platform and Azure. I work on Azure since the beginning of Azure, 2013. Learn a lot of things about that, and now I think on Azure we have more than 100 services. And at first, when Microsoft released their own cloud system in 2013, it was just 2 or 3 services. So yeah, a huge amount of new services to learn every day, I would say. So that's the purpose of user group. In fact, really is now to help each other to learn something new. And I'm global solution architect. I'm Microsoft MVP, and I work on Dan Negil Consulting, a French partner. So I'm French, by the way. If you have just a phone near you, grab your phone, take a picture of the QR code, and you feel free to add me. Like Anna, I will be very happy to add you on my social network. I have a YouTube channel with a lot of tutorials, and Twitter or LinkedIn if you want to even 2 or 3 days or 2 weeks after my session today, if you have some question, don't hesitate, don't be shy. And of course, also don't be shy to put a question. I will be happy to answer at the end of the session. So I want to be to have an interactive session. Go. So first of all, important thing about reporting capabilities on finance operation is really now the future is data lake. Okay. So data lake is not just for Microsoft side. Huh? If you go to Amazon Web Services or Google or whatever technology, data lake is now more than 4 years that has been released. Of course, you have a data lake on Azure. That's great. You have a new generation called data lake generation 2, but really you will see that now data lake is everywhere. The main important thing, because now we talk about big data, and of course, with finance operation, we could say as an ERP system, but as any kind of ERP system, or I would say as any kind of business application, you know, just like CRM, like Salesforce, like every kind of business application you will implement for a customer, you will have now a lot of data. You have also a lot of data from IoT, from Wi-Fi, from any kind of, you know, hardware, software. That is great to have a lot of data on your system, but it's very important to centralize, to have one global data lake, to have all your application, all your data in the same system. So that's the purpose of the data lake, with high performance capability, with cost effective, because that's the main important thing, is the cost also. Data lake is very cheap, and that's great. So data lake, yeah, it's exactly what I said. So yeah, it's a highly scalable, cost-effective data lake solution for big data analytics. You will see the link after why I talk about data lake, because this is a main global component to connect with finance operation to do after the analytic part. So really, go, if you don't know how, I don't have the time to explain data lake in just 2 minutes, but really you have a lot of documentation, you have a lot of Azure MVP, you have a lot of documentation on Azure. So yeah, the purpose of this session is really more on Dynamics part, but this is really important. And you know, that's the important thing on Microsoft. Even if you are like me, a business application MVP, it's great to have a global overview of Microsoft to propose and to provide for your customer the best architecture for the needs for the requirements they have. Like, I want to build my own report. Okay, that's a fair question, fair requirement. So how I can do that? Okay, and that's the main purpose. Is finance operation lives, in fact, in Azure data center. When you provide, I think you had a session about environment before, governance. So now finance operation, or I will say Dynamics 365 in general, you must and you have to learn a lot of Azure components with and Power Platform. You know, it's the free. This is the three main components of Microsoft: Dynamics 365, Power Platform, and Azure. And with these three components, big components behind, you could make everything you want, in fact, I would say. But behind the data lake, in fact, that data lake, this is not the data warehouse data lake. It's just a blob storage capabilities, okay? So be careful of that. Sometimes when I try to learn this kind of thing, data lake is known as the data warehouse of the company, but no, this is not the data warehouse. This is just a global repository, a global storage, when you will have a lot of unlinked data, just CSV file, just files. But that's the main purpose. We want incremental update. We want real-time update from the data coming from finance operation. So that's why we use data lake. So, okay, but now what is the main link with finance operation? Okay, so I don't know if you know, but for more than 2 or 3 years, when finance operation was released in 2016, so 5 years ago, the only thing we could have to make your own reports with Power BI was really by using BYOD architecture. So BYOD, what is that? Is bring your own database, because be careful on finance operation, your production instance, you don't have any kind of access. You know, it's a software as a service. It's a cloud system. You don't have access to the database directly. So of course, if you want to build your own report, you have to access your database. That's also a good requirement. So the only thing the Microsoft provide back then in the past, and still now, it's still working. You can still use BYOD architecture if you want to build your own report, is to in fact provision to create an Azure SQL database, but on your own subscription, on your own tenant, where you have access to it. And in fact, it's just a replication, of your data entities coming from finance operation to your own Azure SQL DB. But as you know, maybe Azure SQL DB is not very cheap. It's a cost. It could be a good. You will have to pay a lot of money to have again an Azure SQL DB to make the report connected to that. So that's the main purpose of why you have to use now data lake, because one thing important, BYOD will be deprecated in the future, because Microsoft know this kind of architecture was not the best option, and now we are on 2021. We are not on 2016. We have 5 years after the release of finance operation, and you have a lot of new components, because in 5 years on Azure, you have tons of new services that has been created, like data lake. So most important thing of data lake is to have an incremental update and real time. It's more near real time stuff. When it's a near real time in Microsoft way, they like to say we are near real time, but behind near real time is in reality 10 minutes of refresh. So when you will create a new sales line, a new purchase line, any kind of data in your finance operation on your ERP system, you will have the refresh 10 minutes after on your data lake, and in incremental way. So that's great, because as I said, sometimes if you have an accounting team, accounting, when you are on the end month closing, at the end of the month, they really want to have, if you build or if they have done their own report, or if as an IT team, you have built for them their own report. But if you say, okay, but let's wait one day after and you will have your report with the latest data from your ERP, they will say, no way. I have to make my decision right now. If I make an adjustment on my general ledger, on my ERP, I want to have my report refreshed just after. Just after 10 minutes or 30 minutes, or even maybe 1 hour after, it's great, but not one day after. Important thing is to know, if you don't know that, CDM. So CDM is not CDS as before, like Dataverse. If you know a lot, maybe a lot Power Platform, on Power Platform you have a global database was called before CDS, Common Data Service, and now it's called Dataverse. Okay, and sometimes before, in the past, CDM, CDS, it was sometimes users didn't know very well what is the difference, but it's completely different. CDM is Common Data Model format, and behind these 3 letters is really, I don't know if you know, but CDM was an opportunity from SAP, Microsoft, Adobe to provide a global schema of what is, how I can say, what is the metadata properties to have one global schema of what is a customer. A customer has a name, a last name, first name, address, you know, and so that's the main purpose of that. Is it's an open source opportunity, CDM, and when you will have your data coming from finance operation to the data lake, they will provide you a CDM format ability with a model JSON file that will describe the CSV file that you will have on your data lake. You will know more after with my demonstration what I'm talking about, but you will see on your data lake you have one folder per table. In the folder you have your CSV file. The CSV file is just your data, like your table, your data, your transactional table, all rows, in fact. And attached to that, you have one global file called model.json. And in this file, you have all metadata properties. Column 1 is the first name of the customer, and it's a string or integer of 70 characters. Okay, so it's just a description, in fact. And I don't know if you know, on finance operation, you have 3 types of data structure. Okay, you have table. Okay, well, that's great and normal. You have data entities, and you have aggregate measurement. So data entities is quite famous because this is the one you will use if you want to provide import-export framework. You know, the data management framework. You have a global module on finance operation to extract data or to import data. And these same data entities will be used as any kind of interface to call an API, okay? And as any kind of web services. So if you want to call finance operation to get data or to post data, you will use data entities. And last but not least, you have aggregate measurement. So aggregate measurement is more famous because it's not really famous, sorry, because it's only it was a quite strange thing Microsoft provide to create a cube of BI, okay? But aggregate measurement is used, in fact, if you go to finance operation, the first thing you will see is your default dashboard with a lot of workspace, in fact, and one workspace per user role. In fact, I am an accountant, okay? I need to have one workspace to work, and on this workspace, you could have a Power BI embed, okay? And this one use aggregate measurement. But you will see after what is behind this kind of thing. But first thing to know, and this is really important because I have seen that in a lot of projects from different partners. Sometimes, in fact, you could say, oh, great, I have data entities, okay? So in Power BI Desktop, I can call any kind of API, like OData API. And in fact, when you will do that, you will call finance operation. We could say, okay, I will build my own report with Power BI on finance operation. I will call my all data entities every 2 hours. Let's say you have 10 million of line on one table. So every 2 hours, Power BI, if you choose import data mode, but you will have to use import data mode if you use OData API for Power BI in finance operation. You will bring data from finance operation, the 10 million of line from finance operation to Power BI, and every 2 hours, and it will not be in an incremental way. So every 2 hours, you will download all data from finance operation to Power BI. So that's why it's not encouraged, because it's a huge performance issue. Okay, so don't use it, please. Don't use data entities with Power BI for finance operation. This is not the good architecture, and can be done only if you have just few rows, a few lines on a very little table, little data entities with where you could say, okay, if I want to build a very quick report without to build my own modern data warehouse architecture, you could say that, okay, but really don't use it with huge volume of data, because as I said, in ERP system you have a lot of data, you have a big data business application, so don't decrease the performance from the user using the tool because you have Power BI refreshing data, okay? So, as I said before, aggregate measurement, this is exactly what I show you just right now. So in standard, you have a lot of, you have I think 30 aggregate measurement provided by Microsoft. And that's great, but not really, because the most, since I work on finance operation, I try it to use the one from Microsoft, as I can here, as you can see. You have one aggregate measurement, one cube to analyze the budget, one cube to analyze the finance part, one cube to analyze, I don't know, the purchase, the sales, the inventory. So every kind of module, in fact, of finance operation. But this one made by Microsoft, I don't know what the product team have done that, but you will miss a lot of fields. And what I don't want really on my side is on those aggregate measurement, they sometimes do some filtering. No way. I want to have my transactional data without any kind of filtering, without any calculation. I just want to have my data from finance operation to just send me my data without any with all columns, because also on those aggregate measurement, sometimes like purchase cube, they don't provide the purchase ID, the identifier of the purchase order. But if you want to do relationship after, if you don't have the purchase order ID, how I can do relationship after? So that's that's completely no way. Okay, so on my side, the purpose of what I show you is you have to build your own cube, your own aggregate measurement. So for that, you will have to need a developer, a developer of finance operation to build your own report. But you will see after for the customers that I said, the African customer, which I worked for 3 years, I built a lot of aggregate measurement, my own, to provide all data coming from finance operation without any kind of filtering, with all columns that I know that is important after, etc. Okay. With aggregate measurement, it's available because before that, before December 2019, the aggregate measurement you see was again created as an Azure SQL database, and it was not like the Azure SQL database from the transactional database of finance operation. You can't access to it. So that's why they made, okay, now let's say your customer want, or partners, they want to push this aggregate measurement to a data lake. So this feature is available for 1 year and a half now, and you can push it to a data lake. Okay, so that's the purpose of this session, is really to learn for you, if you don't know that aggregate measurement for 1 year and a half, you could activate it and push it to your own data lake as CDM format in a CSV file in incremental way. So that's the main purpose. I create my own cube, I extract it every 10 minutes to my own data lake, and after, well, you have to stay to learn the rest of the session, but that's the main purpose. That's the first step to do. You know, as I said, most important thing, I need to access my data correctly from finance operation to my data lake in incremental way as big data analytic, without to decrease any kind of performance on the tool inside. So that's the main purpose. And of course, after, I could use it to use Power BI embedded in finance operation. I will show you just after. And good news, sorry, but for this feature, was really, for me, the most wanted feature for most than 1 year, because table, as if you don't remember, as I said before, you have 3 types of data structure in finance operation: table, data entities, aggregate measurement. So as I said, aggregate measurement, you can activate it and extract it to a data lake for 1 year and a half. So it was really released end of December of 2019. But table and data entities was not, you can't activate it to data lake still, but this is a great news because it's just out in public preview right now. I will show you in demonstration after. You can now activate your table, your data entities, to push it to your own. So ADLS, it's Azure Data Lake Storage. And because, as I said, bring your own database will be deprecated because of that, because of this feature, because of this table and data entities to data lake. Okay. So of course, that's right now in May 2021, it's just in public preview. Normally, the general availability of this feature to use it in a production system will be maybe in September, October, so just in a few months. So really, I suggest you, if you already want or you are on a finance operation project and you want to build your own report with Power BI, is really to try it right now in a test environment, in a sandbox environment, to use this feature, as I will show you after in demonstration. And this is important because with that, you don't need the developer, as I said, okay? In aggregate measurement, as I said, you need to create your own cube because of the Microsoft one is really bad, okay? Are really bad or just useless, I would say, really, really useless. So for that, it was great, this architecture, this feature, entity store, aggregate measurement, but every time you create a new field on a new column, you have to ask your developer to modify the cube, the aggregate measurement BI, to have the, the field after extracting the data lake. So every time you have to call your developer to modify something. With this new feature, table and data entities to data lake, it's just configuration. And if you just change your table, you add new field on a purchase line table, okay, or sales line table, the change will be automatically pushed to data lake with the new field, without any kind of developer, without any kind of development. It's just configuration, just setup. So that's very great. You just don't need a developer for that. And it will be, of course, in incremental way. It will be really, really near real time. The aggregate measurement, as I said before, it's the near real-time stuff. It's every 10 minutes of refresh. But table and data entities will be in just few seconds. So again, a step forward, really real-time stuff will be available with this kind of feature. And most important thing, that I said, it's called data feeds. If you see that data feed, it's the feature behind table and data entities to data lake storage. And that, why I say that it's important, is because with aggregate measurement, you will have to activate 2 batch jobs to in an asynchronous way. It's called full reset, incremental update. And those 2 batch jobs is very important to refresh finance operation data to the data lake with aggregate measurement. But with table and data entities as data feeds, it will be a change tracking, on the Azure SQL database itself directly. So no decrease of performance, not at all. It's just a change tracking table. Oh, some user create a new line. Okay, push it to data lake. Okay, so that's very wow, amazing. So yeah, so try it yourself, and yeah, you will see after a demonstration how it will work. But let's talk about architecture. So this is a modern data warehouse. So DTWH, modern data warehouse architecture I use for my for customer of Dinagil, and like the one you will see just after, Solevo in Africa. So we don't in fact, we don't use data factory. So this architecture is a quite, famous architecture. It's not mine. I don't create this schema. It's the one from Microsoft, in fact. So of course, business application, it's your ERP system, but not only. Maybe you have CRM system, you have other tool in your system, Salesforce, whatever. And this is the most important thing. Of course, you could have also unstructured model file, log file, IoT data, Wi-Fi data, or whatever data you have to push it to your data lake, as I said, because data lake is just for storing your data, your big data analytic, okay? And after, you will have one component that I will not explain today because this is not the purpose, but it's important to know. Of course, after, if you want to create your own AI model, your own model of Azure machine learning model, because of the fact that you have bringing all your data from your customer to the one global storage system, that's the main repository that data scientist, data engineer will connect to have all data from the customer in the one global storage with Azure Databricks. With Azure Databricks, they will create Python script, everything they want to after maybe create their own model of machine learning. But this is not the purpose of today, but really in fact, if you want to, by creating this kind of architecture, it's not just for Power BI, okay? That's the main reason, that's the main purpose, that's great. But of course, with this kind of architecture, with Azure and with finance operation, the reason behind will be maybe in the future, since I have all my data in one global system, I could very easily for data scientists create your own model of machine learning. And after, for my side, that's really the purpose of the session, is when I have all my data on my data lake storage, I will use Azure Synapse Analytics as my main data warehouse for finance operation, or even CRM system, or even Dynamics 365 HR you have seen just before me with Anna, or even any kind of Power Platform data or whatever you want. Okay, so I will bring all my data to Synapse Analytics as my main global data warehouse. Okay. And for that, I will use a Polybase system. And Polybase is used to sync your data from data lake to the Synapse. And it will be a very, very, very quick. As a benchmark, I have synchronized one table of 10 millions of lines in just 7 seconds. 7 seconds to synchronize, to copy data from a data lake to Synapse Analytics. 7 seconds, okay? Wow. So that's great because, as I said, for BI, we need real-time stuff for user. So in fact, with this kind of pipeline of data, okay, I have my data on finance operation. It's synced in real time or near real time in my data lake. Great. Now, after I use Synapse to sync my data to from my data lake storage to Synapse. And after, yes, I will use Power BI to create my own report. But Synapse will be, the real data warehouse. It will be, in fact, Synapse Analytics, if you don't know that, before the name was Azure SQL Data Warehouse. So, but Microsoft loves to rename everything every year. So they rename it to Synapse Analytics. And the UI, the layout of Synapse Analytics, if you don't know that, is very, very similar as Data Factory. And why I have put it Data Factory sometimes here, but it's optional component, it's an optional component, because as I said, finance operation already has a feature that sync everything as just configuration to data lake. But if you have another tool that has not the ability as a standard way to push it every data to the data lake storage of Azure, you will maybe use Data Factory as an extract, transform, and load system. ETL. Okay. So as I said, Synapse Analytics is a great tool because it will be the heart of your data, of your customer. Of course, with finance operation system, but as I said, with other tool, maybe. And as I said, Synapse Analytics after will be the main tool to use to see, you know, if you want to just do an ad hoc analyze on your system, if you want to bring your machine learning system, if you want to build your own report, in fact, every person on your company that want to see all data from your company, they will go to Synapse. Okay. So this is a whole path architecture. So as just a reminder, as I said, you have your finance operation. Okay. You have your table, your data entities. Great. You can sync it as near real time to your data lake. Great. And after, that's the main purpose. You have an Azure Synapse SQL data warehouse system where you will build your custom view, model, and cross data sources. Because that's the main purpose. It's exactly what I said at the beginning of this session, is how I can put Power BI desktop to every kind of person in my company to build their own report themselves without asking every call, to call the IT team, oh, what is the relationship between these two tables? So no, this is not great. So the IT team will create the whole path until that, and that will be used directly by the user. Okay, for BI, it's a citizen developer tool. And with that, the IT team will build the custom view because, as I said, table on finance operation, it will be synced to the data lake as one CSV file. So one table of finance operation, it will be one CSV file on your data lake. And one CSV file on your data lake will be one table on your Synapse Analytics, okay? But as I said, the model of finance operation is not very funny to learn. And that's the purpose of this session is, okay, now I have to create view, you know, select star from this table, join, where having left, order by, etc. So, okay, that's the purpose of the IT team is really to provide custom view. And this is the custom view that I will share to my customer, to my end user, sorry, because I will create one global view on Synapse called Analyze Purchase, Analyze Sales, Analyze Inventory, Analyze General Ledger Account Entry for the accounting team, Analyze the finance part, I don't know, and whatever you want. And behind this view, it will be in fact an SQL request, you know, coming from multiple tables on Synapse that I have syncing all the way until that, okay? But on Synapse, you have two possibilities. You could have an SQL on-demand Synapse Analytics or even the dedicated pool. So for that, it's important. If you use SQL on-demand on Synapse Analytics, you will not have to sync everything from data lake to Synapse. It will be a mirror, you know. In fact, if you use direct query on Power BI will call Synapse Analytics, and after Synapse will just call directly the CSV file to the data lake. But I will not suggest that because when I use it for 3 or 6 months, I really prefer to create my own dedicated pool. Okay, I will need to sync everything from the data lake to Synapse after, but in fact, you have a lot of limitation beyond SQL on demand. So that's why I would suggest for you to create your own dedicated pool for Synapse for your own, to create your own data warehouse for you, just for you. And I will suggest to effectively to sync everything from your data lake to Synapse. So enough of PowerPoint. Let's just jump in very quickly because I think I have not very, I have 10 minutes left, quite 10 minutes on demonstration. So I will zoom it, sorry. So as I said, if I go to my customer, so Solevo, which is an African country company. Sorry. So they have, subsidiaries in Ivory Coast, in Angola, in Cameroon. So that's not in Ghana yet, but maybe in the future. I don't know. So as I said before, so I don't know if you know, but on finance operation, you have a lot of add-in, in fact, now. So add-in is now, like we can say, macro services. Now Microsoft doesn't want to they really want, to provide external system, external services, but not on finance operation directly, but just near finance operation. Okay, so that's why they have created this add-in called Export to Data Lake. That's great. Okay, so I will not explain how to set up it because I don't have the time. But you have my blog, you have a lot of articles, you have, of course, the Microsoft documentation if you want to set up it, configure it. But yeah, that's the purpose of that. It's you could install it, okay? And when you install this kind of component, this add-in in finance operation directly, I will start the session again. Okay. As I said, you have now a new, if you want to search, you have the search page here, and you could create export data lake here. And this is the one, configure data feeds for export to lake. Okay, and you will be just here. And after, like I've done before, you can, no, because here this is the name of the table functionally way, but here it's the technical name of the table, and you just have to click activate. Wow, that's it. Okay, and after it will be synced in your data lake in real time without to do everything else. Okay, and really a change tracking mode. So every time a new user will create a new purchase order line, the purchase line which is a change tracking, a new row, or even if a row has been just updated, of course, it's not just creating new line, it's also updating, delete, etc. That's it. So yeah, you just have to click into activate. I don't have any, I can't, yeah, that's the purpose. I don't have anything else to show you. It's just activate. And as I said, I will just show you the over data structures, as I said, is the aggregate measurement. Because as I said, you have 3 types of data structure. You have table data entities, yeah, sorry. And you have also entity store, aggregate measurement, okay? So for that, as I said, entity store aggregate measurement is available in production for 1 year and a half as an export of data lake. As you can see, sorry, it's so for that, you just have to go to system parameter. Normally, we show you, okay. And here you have a data connection, and here you can set up and configure the data lake integration for aggregate measurement. Okay, and that you can use it for 1 year and a half in production. That table and data entities is just in public preview this month, so it's not yet available in production. But as I said, very likely in 3 or 4 months it will be also available in production. And for that entity store, as I said, I have created a lot of new custom cube aggregate measurement to extract assets, to extract bank account, to extract settlement, trans. So every kind of aggregate measurement that's begin with EMP, it's a custom one that I've created for this customer, Solevo. So as I said, for that, aggregate measurement is great because you can extract it today in production for 1 year and a half, but the lack of that was you need a developer to create your own custom cube. You have to have a whereas data lake for table and data entities, as you can see, it's just activate. That's it. So of course that's what was I really wanted this feature because of course we creating those custom cube, it takes some time, so money for customers. So of course by activating just by configuration or setup is of course better. Okay, and as I said, you will see, as I said, it's a refresh every 10 minutes, yeah, 12, 15 minutes, as you can see. So every time they see a new thing, it's incremental update enable, and that's it. And after, as I said, on my data lake, I will zoom it, sorry, it will be more better. So on my data lake, so as I said, a data lake in Azure, I will go directly to this one. So this is the one I used for the aggregate measurement in production. And you will have aggregate measurement. And as you can see, you have the same as you have seen before on the entity store, you know, the custom one I've built for the customer. And as you can see, you will have, in fact, behind the scene, one for it, you know, it's like File Explorer on your Windows. You know, it's a, you go deeper and deeper, subfolder per subfolder. And in fact, behind one subfolder, at the end, you have one CSV file per table. Okay, that's it. And in fact, as I said, because it's CDM format, you have one model JSON per aggregate measurement. Because here I am on the one called EMP purchase cube to analyze purchase from the aggregate measurement. And after, on those aggregate measurement, I have one global group per table and one model JSON file. And on those model JSON file, I have, you know, the metadata properties to say, okay, purchase cube, purchase line CSV file, 1:1 is purchase ID. And this is an integer, and that's it. Okay. So this is quite useful because you will use it after to create the custom table on your Synapse Analytics, because you need those model JSON file to know what is metadata properties behind the CSV. And for the new capability of the data lake, so for the new table and data entities, same way, same data lake, okay, but it's not exactly the same thing. You have one folder for the table, one folder for data entities, and for table entities, for table, sorry, you have one folder per module. Well, I will say more, not really module, but global module of finance operations, like supply chain, like finance, like commerce. And supply chain, after, I will have sales and marketing, I will have a worksheet line, and I will have sales line. And here you have one CSV file. But I like this new thing because it's more, you know, partition way, because sales line, if I have 1 GB of sales line, it will, you know, create multiple CSV file. And it's better for Synapse after to you know, to have to increase again the performance of sync everything you want from data lake to Synapse. So yeah, but that's it. That's the purpose of the data lake. So as you can see, it's not my data warehouse. It's just a repository. It's just a storage account. So last part, of course, is really to go to Synapse now, okay? The main data warehouse. And here, of course, you have to create your own dedicated pool, your own data warehouse, okay? And as I said, data warehouse is just table. And as I said, one CSV will be one table on Synapse, one CSV from the data lake, one table on Synapse. But after, you will create view, okay? This is the most important thing on the data warehouse, okay? Is to know what they want to analyze after on Power BI, okay? Because I extracted any kind of data on my finance operation to my data lake. Okay, this is an IT goal. Okay, I have all my data on my data lake. Now I have synced every kind of data on my data lake to my Synapse. Okay, I have created a lot of table. Great, because as I said, one CSV data lake will be one table on my Synapse. But after, I need to ask user, okay, what you want to build, what is the main purpose of Power BI, what I want to do, what you want to do, sorry, what you want to build on Power BI desktop. And with that question, you will learn how I can create view, okay? And you will create a view, as I said, with join, all relationship for them. So when they will connect to the view on Synapse with Power BI desktop, they will not have to ask you to what is the model behind. You will create one global view, analyze, purchase. That's it. And after it will be a relationship from 5 tables, but who cares? It's not the big deal of the user. They don't. An accountant doesn't want to know what is a SQL request behind. It's just an IT goal. So, and of course, you can, as any kind of view on SQL, you can of course rename field, because sometimes fields from finance operation is not quite easy to learn. It's sometimes technical field. Okay. So of course you will rename everything. Maybe you will not provide every column, just the one needed for the user, and that's it. Of course, on some view, you could activate security purpose. You have role level security, because I don't know if you know, but on finance operation, sometimes on the same instance of finance operation, on the same ERP system, you just doesn't have one legal entity. You have a lot of legal entity. Okay, like for Solevo, they have a subsidiary. They have the headquarter is in Switzerland, and as I said, it's in France, of course, also, and they, of course, they have subsidiaries in Africa, and in Mali, Madagascar, etc. And of course, when I share my view to my end user of Angola, I don't want for them to see all data from all Solevo system. They just need to see their own data. So I don't know if you know, this is the field is called data area ID in finance operation. It's to put every kind of line with one data area ID to know what is the legal entity behind this line. Okay, so yeah, I can really activate, share only some view to some user on Power BI after. So yeah, of course, behind all the path of modern data warehouse for finance operation, of course, you could activate any kind of security. It's not a big deal. And after, of course, you can, like we have done with Solevo, and this is great because now I don't know if you have seen, but Power BI has a new license called Power BI Premium per user. So if you have a company with just 50 or 100 users on Power BI and you don't want to pay the whole Power BI Premium cost effectively, I think 5,000 per month. So wow, very high. So now you could just pay per user only. And that's exactly the Solevo what they wanted, because they really want to have the Power Premium license, because with Power BI Premium you have 48 refresh per day maximum. So with that, of course, you could refresh every kind of data set of Power BI every 30 minutes, in fact. Okay. In Solevo, as you can see, we just refresh every report of Solevo from finance operation data every hour, but we could activate it in 30 minutes if you want. Okay. So yeah, and after, of course, I will not. This was not really the purpose of this session, but of course, after Power BI, it's just the visualization part. But if you have done all the way what I've shown you before, really, they can build their own report, publish it after on Power BI service, where I am right now, the Power BI service, the global workspace. So they can after share it to their colleague. Okay. And after you can build accounting reporting, treasury reporting, to analyze inventory reporting, SNOP, production. So every P&L, whatever you want, order tracking, whatever you want, because you have put every data from finance operation to your data lake, to Synapse. And after, of course, you have a very good modern data warehouse. So you can build all kind of reporting you want. And I think I'm quite finished. Of course, at the end, if you have some question, I will be really happy, because I don't know if it was really complex for you. I don't know what was the knowledge behind from you. So maybe it was maybe difficult. I don't know, or if you want to. I can explain in more details or more simple way if you want. But yeah, I will be happy to answer. And don't be shy.
Okay. Okay, so
It's been great trying to get along, trying to understand the pronunciations and all that. But I think the knowledge is there and it's been impactful. Let's hear from the community. Any questions for Claire? Yeah, that's true. It's been a deep session. I mean, it's been it's been a wonderful one.
But I don't know if you have the same, you know, like you say, sometimes if you don't have an ERP system, maybe you do it as a Excel file. I don't know. So in fact, you know, I know that on some companies, even if they don't have any kind of ERP system, they will need reporting. Reporting is mandatory. So yeah, if you go to finance operation, if you go as a, but not only Microsoft, if you go to SAP or even a small ERP system, you will need a good architecture, to, so that the user, for me, it's important now for the future that the user need to be, they need to create their own report, to build their own report. And if you don't have the good architecture behind, it will be a nightmare, and they will call the IT. Oh, I need this report. Oh, I need this report. Oh, I need this report. And yeah, it's yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. So no questions.
BI can be purchased separately, right?
Yeah. So maybe if you have other question, or maybe I can answer it in the chat. If you have some, and as I said, you can add me on my on social network. I will bring in again if you want. If you have a phone, here is a QR code. If you want to add me on the Twitter or LinkedIn, if you have some question or whatever, don't be afraid. And yeah.
Okay, so Tanik wants to know if you have any blogs. Do you have any how-to blogs?
Yes,
sure.
The blog, my blog, yeah. Because of course, in 45 minutes, I know this is not. Oh wow, sorry, that's a huge link. But this is my blog, yeah. And if you go there, you will see I have. I think it will be better to learn everything I try to learn in 45 minutes for you. I know in 45 minutes it's quite complex it was not really I think, but I have created 1 year ago. 1 year ago, I have created exactly what I explained to you, and it's a very long article, but in more details, and I think it will be better to learn with that.
So guys, let's head there, and let's try to understand better what he has taken us through today. Yeah. And he's available LinkedIn or Twitter. We can always reach out to him.
Yeah.
And I'm sure
sure.
more to help us. Yeah.
So thank you everyone, and I hope to maybe next year it will be in physical. I don't know if you are in physical right now, or it's a virtual only, virtual teams.
We are still online.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, still online.
I hope with the COVID. I hope in COVID-19. Yeah, I hope next year will be more physical. Physical events because it's better. But yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
We are all going to see you physically hitting our country. So yes, it's been a great section, even though it's quite complex for some of us who are not really working on these products. But I think in all, you've given the overview. So yes, we can now connect the links and drill down more. So yes, we will head to your blog and then we would dig deep. So I've really enjoyed your section. It was very deep. You talked about the architecture as well. So yeah, it was a great section. Thank you for that.
Thank you. So
thank you.
Bye bye.
So let's give it to the Ghanaian way before he goes. Let's show him some love. The Ghanaian way. Let's show him some love. The Ghanaian way.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye bye. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Yeah. We look forward to engaging with you in the near future. Yeah. Okay, so I think we've been here for over 2 hours now. No, 4 hours actually.
Yes.
Yeah, we've been here for over 4 hours now. And I think the team, the community has done so well staying with us all this while. Shall we hear something from our leader, community leader, before we wrap up? I was even thinking he would say something in French to Claire. Community leader, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. You said you were thinking I would do what?
Say something in French.
No, I don't have that accent, so that's the problem.
Mais si tu peux parler français. Tu peux parler français, non?
Oui, oui.
Eh oui, je suis toujours là.
Oh, ok. Merci beaucoup pour votre section.
Yes.
Ok. Donc, on aura le temps de bien parler après la session, comme j'ai votre contact.
Ouais, n'hésite pas. Oui, tu peux me contacter. Oui.
Ok. D'accord.
Yes.
Merci beaucoup.
No problem.
Okay.
See you.
Oh, soon.
Merci
Alright.
beaucoup.
That's all you can say.
That's all I can say. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much.
So who is doing the last session? We are going to wrap up.
Yes. I think it's been a long day for our community members. Yeah, so we'd like to wrap. I think it's been a good 365 day, a Dynamics 365 day. Yeah, we hope to come up again with other products and solutions of Microsoft. So as usual, I would tell them to stay with us, update, get into the WhatsApp, the Meetup, the LinkedIn and the Twitter. And then as days goes by, we're going to update you with all other upcoming events for the community. Yeah.
You got a great speakers for us today. I really enjoy it.
Yeah, amazingly, they're all MVPs. All four.
Yes, your speakers were on point, and I think I have to officially thank them before we even wrap up. We want to thank our wonderful speakers. They've really delivered. So let me take this privilege to say a big ayiko to all our wonderful speakers.
Come on the screen.
Okay, you want to see me on screen? It's just that
only king in the community. The only king in the community.
Yeah. The only king.
Okay. So I'm dark, so maybe you might not see my face.
Anytime you come on screen, we don't see his face.
Yes. Okay. So I really want to take this opportunity to say a big ayuko again to our wonderful speakers, MVPs, community leaders, taking this time and then sharing with us deep insights about their passion and the technology. We want to say kudos and we want to thank them. I mean, we can finish appreciating what they've done for us and the community today. So yes, we want to say a big ayiko to them and to our wonderful audience who are always there for us. I mean, joining a section right from 10 to this time, it's really deep, and we hope they carry this insightful information and section to practice, so that wherever they are or wherever they work, they will have that value. So yes, that's a.
Actually, I didn't know that Dynamics, they have interesting topics like today here. So we were thinking is Pasco. They are boring sessions, but now we are so impressed.
Okay, so I would like to also chip this in that especially for our audience, they should watch out. There will be another event coming up this next month.
Yeah.
And it's going to, center on enterprise mobility, and we are going to whet their appetite. So they should really stay tuned. It's going to be a lovely section, just as we just ended this a lovely section from Ruth Ali. So yes, they should stay tuned. We'll keep them posted.
Oh, Anna is gone? Is Anna online?
Anna is gone.
Oh,
no,
okay.
I think Anna is gone. Anna was also moderating another power event. So she came in to speak at her end, and then she had to leave. Yeah.
Yeah, she come and remind us about Asamoah and Suarez. So
we revenge anytime we meet Uruguay. We will revenge in fact.
But I saw an article, I think last year or this year, they were saying today is the 10th year of Asamoah missing the goal. I said, hey, these media people, they cannot forget about that. They celebrated the 10 years where Asamoah missed the goal. You see, that was.
Okay, so I think we should shout out to the team, the leadership team, the champion team. This event was made a success with their capabilities and their skills.
Where are they? Really... We can't see the rest of them.
Yes. Please, organizers, come on video. So we sign
our data.
We have to see those who attend to.
So
yeah,
Joshua, you guys have done a good job. Silva, where is Silva? Silva, are you there?
Ruth, okay. We want to see more Rastas. Ruth,
Audrey,
those who tend to Rasta, we want to see their head. See Joshua. Joshua.
Okay. No Rasta.
Okay. Audrey, are you there?
Thank you, guys. Audrey, thank you. Chesco, thank you so much. Della, thank you.
Oh, where's Della?
Awesome.
Oh,
yay.
Wonderful.
That's it.
Where's Della?
So you're taking our strength.
Please come on, let's take the picture.
Joshua.
Sylvester, where are you? We did this.
I'm not sure Sylvester is around.
Okay, maybe.
Okay. Yeah.
How about Dela? Dela is not around.
I think maybe he's on and though, so I think.
So put us on together mode and take the picture.
Okay. Yes, so please, if you're around, you can come on video so we can take a picture together and we climb out the event.
Okay.
Yeah, seats. We have lots of seats for us.
Is our ECG guy there?
Frank, Baba, Joy.
Baba, are you there?
Yeah, please turn on your video.
Okay, this is Godfrey. Okay. Gideon. Okay.
Yeah, yep. Let's fill up the seats. The front row, the front seats are all.
Okay.
One change. Hello, everyone. Wait.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay, so please come on video so we could take the last pic so we wrap up.
Looking for incoming. We spent the sweat. We dealt with the fence. That's what we get. How long will it come? Even split. We're not the mafia. We're soldiers.
Joshua,
We
this is enough.
Taking a picture, so.
Okay, come on video.
Find
So
break your teeth on this one. And stand up and
okay.
So are we done?
Yeah, done.
Okay. Over to you, Ruth. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So thank you all once again on behalf of the Microsoft User Group Ghana community. We want to say thank you for taking part in today's bootcamp. Watch out for more bootcamps in the following months. We are promising you that once every month, we are coming your way with something interesting, something educative to help us all grow, learn and grow, and be the best that we can be in our various tech professions. Okay, so thank you, and it's a wrap, guys. It's a wrap.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you all.
Bye, Ruth.
Hello. Yeah, Ruth. Someone was saying bye. Joy. Hello,
Yeah.
Joy.
Hello.
Hi. We'll talk later, Ruth.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
so
Joy.